Yes, hello. Yeah, it's my hope that mumeshinda vizuri. Yeah, I welcome you to our show tonight, and I want to see if we can be able to discuss some of the things which are coming out. Yeah, there are so many things which are coming out in the wake of preparing for the elections. Ruto Rise are advancing. He is keeping on promising many things that I will show you. Even in the media, he promised to have roads by December. He did not achieve. There is also the blames of how we lost the election, 2022, and now people in ODM have come to attack each other, and ni kama kunasemekana Uhuru alitoa $500 million to facilitate hiyo uchaguzi. So wale watu walikuwa wanasema ati Uhuru hakuwa anasaidia. Uhuru alitoa $500 million na hiyo do ni kama ilimangwa. It did not do what it was supposed to do. Yes, Afrika karibu. So there is that war between Sifuna and Junet Mohammed. And I think that's a serious lesson we need to learn there. How should we be able to handle the next election? Because if we are not able to handle the next election well, we have now just discovered that campaign money gets stolen. Those are the things which we need to learn there, because in Kenya we don't know audit election money. So the election money is brought. It does what some is given to people to eat, others is used to manage the election, but it doesn't work. Now we have just seen that money gets stolen. So 2027, we have to approach 2027 that even if we raise billions of money for our president, that money might end up with somebody, and actually even Ruto can infiltrate our campaigns so that we don't spend our money. Lazima tujue hiyo. Ruto mwenyewe anaweza infiltrate campaigns zetu ili tusitumie pesa yetu, because I'm double sure these guys who are working with Raila Odinga, the reason why they were stealing that money is because they didn't want Raila Odinga to win. They wanted Ruto to win. So it could also be a formula from Ruto on how to defeat Raila. He goes, he talks with Junet, anaambia Junet, wewe mkipata hiyo pesa ya Azimio mwikule ama muibe ama munilete. There could be a possibility this $500 million Uhuru alitoa, it ended up in UDA camp. Now, those are some of the things we are not talking like, but unaona hii pesa ya Azimio hii $500 million Uhuru alitoa, there is a possibility that hiyo pesa ilitumika kwa UDA. And there is a possibility maybe even actually Junet Mohammed was not even actually working for Raila Odinga. He was with Raila Odinga as a pretext. Ni mambo makubwa hapa, and those are some of the things we now need to start unpacking. Are some of the people who really pretend to be in our camps, are they really in our camps, ama tu ni ile hali ya kujifanya? Because we now need to analyze those. And I think I want to start with the biggest story tonight of Ruto lies, where he promised roads. Because that story has been brought in the TV. Ili sasa wale watu wanasikiliza Ruto wajue. I think I've seen that story in I think it was either in NTV No, I will look for it. So just give me a minute. I saw it so that I want to begin with that one, so that because people need to understand that, so that even as we are trying to give some of these stories, people can be able to understand we are dealing with a very serious pathological liar. It is important because now I think even the media has started understanding it. So I just want to get it out. Yeah, so it is in the Ruto fails to deliver. President Ruto fails to deliver. President Ruto fails to deliver on Jamhuri Day. On Jamhuri Day, Mombasa Road promise. We need to hear this because it is part of the things which this guy is lying to people, and is important. But Junet seemed to be very loyal to Raila. Bwana Paulo, loyalty can be mischievous. Loyalty can be mischievous. People can pretend for a lifetime that wako pamoja. Loyalty can be mischievous. So I will not say that simply because you are seen with somebody, that is loyalty. Loyalty is being a person who cannot work with the enemy. And I'm not sure if Junet cannot work with the enemy. Lakini wacha kwanza tusikie history ya Ruto failed promises because it is important. Then
President Ruto promised that Mombasa Road from JKIA will be recarpeted and beautified before the December holidays. Weeks later, KTN's spot check shows now bulldozers, no workers, no plans, and some sections of the road are still bumpy. Efforts to reach Kenya for answers proved futile, as there was no responsibility taken, or rather response given, by the time of airing. Tonight, our political affairs reporter Grace Nganga takes you on the road that exposes a broken promise.
When President William Ruto addressed Jamhuri Day celebrations, infrastructure took center stage. He promised that several major road projects will begin immediately, and so KTN did a spot check. Among the headlines committed was the rehabilitation and recarpeting of Mombasa Road from here, the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. We began our journey at Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, where President William Ruto promised that recarpeting and beautification of Mombasa Road will begin in December, before Kenyans broke for the holidays.
Kuanzia hii December mukienda Krismasi, tutajenga upya barabara kutoka kule JKIA kupitia hapa mpaka kule ABC na tuifanyie beautification.
The road did not reflect that promise. Driving out of JKIA, there were no bulldozers, no road graders, no workers on site. There was no lane closures, no warning signs, and no traffic diversions. Traffic flowed as usual, untouched. More strikingly, some sections of the road remained bumpy, forcing motorists to slow down or weave around uneven patches. These are the very sections that commuters expected will be addressed fast under the promised recarpeting works. Yet, there was no evidence of repairs or preparatory markings. Kilometers after kilometers from the airport towards the city, the scene remained unchanged. No fresh asphalt, no site markings, no sign of contractor mobilization. This was not a case of work happening quietly in the background. Major road projects leave visible footprints even at early stages: machinery positioning, traffic management plans, or site demarcations. None was present. The promise of immediate commencement has not translated into action. The beautification promise was equally absent. The same old green plan, unchanged and undistributed. There were no new landscaping features, no redesigned verges, and no fresh paint to suggest a facelift had begun. Mombasa Road was one of the several infrastructure projects President William Ruto said will commence within the year during the Jamhuri Day celebrations. With December timelines missed and no visible progress on the ground, a broader credibility question now confronts the Kenya Kwanza administration. If projects announced with urgency fail to materialize, how are Kenyans expected to believe the government's far more ambitious infrastructure promises for 2026?
Kaujao, vile tuko na expressway kutoka JKIA, pia tutajenga expressway kutoka Thika.
We reached out to Kenha to establish whether they received a formal directive or funding to commence the recarpeting and beautification as promised, but no feedback was received by the time of airing. The stalled works also come at a politically sensitive moment for the Kenya Kwanza administration, which is already facing pressure from court nullifications of appointments and controversies surrounding key policy and economic decisions. Against that backdrop, unfulfilled infrastructure timelines risk reinforcing a perception of a widening gap between government declarations and execution. For now, the evidence from the ground is unmistakable. Despite the promises made on Jamhuri Day, nothing is happening. Grace Nganga, KTN.
And well, that story from Grace Nganga brings us to a look at the newspaper. That's the Standard newspaper.
Your kind of busy is unpredictable. Plans change. Days run long.
Yeah, guys, that is Ruto for you. And that is the man who is trying to deliver you to... Unajua, huyu jamaa ashadanganyana and actually anatanja mpaka expressway. Ile ilijengwa na Uhuru. Yana project imeisha. Zile project zote anatanja ni zile project zilifanywa na wengine. Now he promised Mombasa Road. Sijui there will be carpeting that will be what by December. And you can see we are now in January and that road hakuna mtu. There's no machine, there is nothing. That was just to let you understand that Singapore is stupidity. Karibu sana Stone PK. But before I welcome you, I want to give you our story tonight. Our biggest story tonight, and then our biggest story tonight. Na by the way, kuna vita kwa serikali ya Ruto when it comes to churches. Sababu nasikia history ya war ni kama imewaseparate. I think nasikia Mama Rachel Ruto ni kama hataki huyo jamaa aguzwe. So it's something. Anyway, but let's hear the story tonight, our biggest story tonight.
Welcome back. If you just joined us, you're watching KTN Prime. Now, the ghosts surrounding how millions of shillings meant to pay Azimio agents in the 2022 general election have now come back to haunt ODM officials as they trade barbs over how the funds were spent. It has now emerged that retired President Uhuru Kenyatta contributed $500 million shillings for paying Azimio agents, money that reportedly vanished without serving its intended purpose. And as our reporter, political affairs reporter, Chris Tyra reports, the chickens are indeed coming home to roast.
The confessions among ODM leaders on how the $500 million shillings contributed by retired President Uhuru Kenyatta and meant to pay Azimio agents in the 2022 general election vanished into thin air started on Saturday when ODM Secretary General Edwin Sifuna launched a scathing attack against minority leader in the National Assembly, Junet Mohammed, accusing him of misusing Uhuru's money, which costed Azimio under the late Raila Odinga the presidency.
Wengine walikula pesa ya Uhuru Kenyatta sawasawa. Mimi najua kama katibu mkuu, pesa nyingi ambayo tulifanyia campaign ilikuwa inatoka kwa Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta. Alitusupport. Mshenzi mmoja ametambua kwamba kuna ubaya ya pesa ya Uhuru Kenyatta. Nataka niulize Junet. Wewe Junet, pesa ya Uhuru ilianza kuwa mbaya siku gani?
But in a quick rejoinder defending himself, the Suna East lawmaker Junet Mohammed claimed that former President Uhuru Kenyatta released the funds meant for election agents to his blood brother Muhoho Kenyatta. Muhoho then appointed one Mr. Patrick Mburu to take charge of the recruitment and payment of agents. Mburu presented himself as an IT expert, claiming he had the capacity to detect and prevent any manipulation of results by IEBC. According to Junet, to date, Mburu remains an aide of Uhuru Kenyatta, and just this past weekend, he traveled to Nigeria in the company of Uhuru and Kalonzo Musyoka, which he described as a clear evidence that he is not a peripheral figure in these matters.
Unatupeleka Uhuru Kenyatta alishindwa kufanya baba president akiwa na kila kitu. Alikuwa na military, alikuwa na polisi, alikuwa na army, na prison, hata kanjo alikuwa naye. Alishindwa.
Wewe ulikuwa unakula pesa ya Uhuru badala ulipe agents, ukaacha hawa kina Wamunyoro wakatupiga 10-0. Saa hii tunalia huko nje. Kama sio wewe Junet, tungekuwa kwa serikali. So mimi huwezi nitisha bwana.
If he knew that the agents were not paid 3.5 years down the line, why was he quiet? Why was he quiet? And what is what he's talking about is going to help the people of ODM. What remedy will that thing do?
However, all the blame lies at the doorstep of Junet Mohammed. If the statement by the late Raila Odinga's chief agent in 2022 is anything to go by, according to lawyer Seitabao Olekancheri, Junet Mohammed should not talk about 2022. In his statement, Kancheri argues, and I quote, "How dare you open a can of worms you know very well will eat you alive?" Raila Odinga himself knew that Junet Mohammed almost single-handedly cost him the 2022 election, and he told me as much. The only reason Raila retained and even promoted Junet was because he was planning to sell out and needed a broker, and Junet happens to be the best broker money can buy, end quote. Former Mukurweini MP Kabando Kabando also trailed his guns on Junet, claiming that he's not honest. In his social media accounts, Kabando states, "You all boisterous and touchable guys were transacting not Baba victory. Chickens are now coming home to roast. Open servers was a deception." End quote. With senior counsel Ahmed Nasir Abdullahi adding to the twist, and I quote, "Crazy world. Junet tells us now how the Jubilee government messed up the polling agents of Raila by eating money meant for the agents as they were confident of a deep state doing the needful. When things turned south, they pivoted to 4 judges of the Supreme Court to save face. After Azimio la Umoja lost the presidency to President William Ruto, both Junet and mining CS Hassan Joho went into hiding, avoiding the public for almost a year, only to resurface when the late Raila Odinga and President Ruto were finalizing the deal on the broad-based government. To date, majority of Azimio supporters still believe that Junet Mohammed, who was a very close ally of Raila Odinga, has some questions to answer on what really transpired on the agents aspect. Chris Dairo, KTN, Nairobi.
And while still on ODM matters, the wrangles within ODM party continue to deepen each passing day as for
Assalamu alaikum. Thinking about starting a franchise business? Well, don't. Instead of dropping
Yeah, Stony PK, how are you? Happy New Year, Tana.
Happy New Year, Njiru.
You don't want us to be in the camera? Ama unataka tu kukaa huko in the dark?
Niko kwa ofisi lakini ni sawa tu.
No, ina shida. If you're in the office, you don't need to display. That's okay. But you can go ahead. Can you react to that buffoonery of now, because now based on what is that, and unajua these are regular stories in Kenya ambazo tunakujaga kujua years later how stupid we were that we entrust some people to manage an election for us, only for us to lose an election. Because now this one can actually explain to why the reason why our candidate couldn't reach anywhere. There is money which is supposed to do it. I don't know whether it is true or false. Let's, even if it's an allegation, but it is an allegation of people in the same political party, senior political party members. Is it a lie? Do you think Junet Mohammed alikula hiyo pesa? And that's why we fail.
One is it news? Let's agree it's not news. We were told this right from day one. Unless
we were told actually Kanini, the other time it used to be we were being told that Kanini Kega, and I don't know, was they saying Kanini Kega and Junet, but this story was much more with the Kanini Kega. When I remember some time back when people used to say Kanini Kega was depositing 50 million every week. Ulikuwa your story of Kanini Kega?
No. That was a scapegoat. The story was Junet and the Toroka na pesa ya agents. It was as plain as that. Simple as that. This Azimio last 2022, Junet did not release the money for agents. It was simple as that. Hiyo maneno ya Kanini Kega nina huko delay, but it was bottom. Na hiyo ndio imekuwa story, and it was confirmed by Kanchori on Citizen TV, I think ATN and all that. And that's why Kanchori, those guys were so mad, because they knew the truth. And they knew the truth, especially when Baba was still protecting this guy. This is the most annoying thing, that Raila continued to hold this guy. So what is it that Raila and Junet and maybe some other few other people around there knew? This tells you the rotten Raila Amolo Odinga. I'll be that hard. It tells you we had a leader who was also as corrupt as anything, and a leader that was thoroughly deceptionist. Yeah. Why? Because that money was not his. This is very serious. And this ODM guy who was talking there saying that 3 years down the line, hii story itatusaidia na nini? Hii story inatusaidia sana Njiro. Sana tena sana. Sana. Ya kuonyesha kwamba hao watu ambao tulikuwa tumetrust, they are all useless. Ni mashetani pia. Wamefanya watu wakakufa tukiwa tukisema tuna support leader fulani. So people have to be very careful now. Wewe kama ungekuwa Raila, ungekaa na Junet hapo ukijua ni yeye akulipa watu all over agents.
Then the question begs, even as Raila is dying, he was still pretending to be with the Junet, and I'm double sure Raila Odinga was aware that Junet is the one who thwarted his quest for power.
No. Raila aku pretend. Raila held Junet very dearly because Junet ndiye alikuwa kibeti yake. Remember when they were going to Dubai to receive easy pesa as a broad based, okay? Although watu wanasema people didn't know, those are allegations and all that. How would you continue going around with the Muizi? It's because what Junet was holding and knew was more than just the billions that Uhuru had given. Okay? And hiyo unasikianga ati Raila alipewa hiyo pesa na Ruto. It is true. That's why they went to Dubai. And remember walienda Dubai na nani? Walienda na nani?
Na
Joho. Yes, and Junet. And I talked one day in a show. Sikumbuki ni show gani. Yeah. And that is what they are going to do, to transact. This is terrible. This tells you how rotten Kenya is. And even you cannot trust now any of these leaders. I mean, I don't know who to really trust. Ikiwa Baba anakaba mtu rotten. So he was also as rotten as anything. As much as people want to don't touch Baba ni spirit, sijui na nini. I think he has so many bad things that he has covered that are terrible. And nobody said that we cannot talk about somebody who has been so terrible, hata akiwa amekufa. He has put this country into a very, very, whatever. So it is true he was defeated. It is true. And then he put us through all that. Maandamanos and all this, really, Njiru? Surely? It's very bad.
You know, the problem is that these people have never been honest. And there is somebody who have heard in the TV saying that even kufungua server was a mirage. It was a wild goose chase, like open the server, it was just a narrative meant to put people together, but these people already knew that they had mismanaged the election and they couldn't be able to reach it. So Stony PK, I think the worst people ni sisi. Sisi raia ndio shida. How comes we couldn't interpret it? Why to follow the lies?
What would you do as a raia? Number one, I'm on record ever saying akudanga kitu kama server. And then guys of IT are telling me, yeah, oh, there is a server, there is garbage, nothing called server. The computer to hapo, simple thing, simple program. There is nothing. Ati server itaonwa trace, itaonwa tulijaribu tu kuonyeshwa sophistication, which there is no sophistication. Zero. Hakuna sophistication. It's a simple program. Okay? A simple program, itakostiwa so heavily to justify the money spent on IBC. Kuna kama server ingekuwa ikwani kufungua server inakuanga ni shida gani? What is so many? Also, so that is number one. Maneno ya server ilikuwa ni diversion, ni deception, ni kudanganywa ndio pesa ikuliwe vizuri. Number two, raia hana shida. Mwananchi is a simple person. Utamwambia hivyo anafuata. Kwenda to vote, tunaenda kuvote. Let's not try to run towards the raia. That raia have no control other than just going to vote and believing what they are being told. Otherwise, what else will they do? Umewaita kwa maandamano, wanatoka. Umewambia turudi tukalale, la tutakuja kesho, tunaenda. Okay? Nothing else. In fact, let's not rely on raia to solve the political problem in Kenya. Raia cannot solve the political deception and crookedness in Kenya. You have been overpowered because you cannot be allowed to vote. Ukivote haihesabiki. So raia ni gone case, by the way. It's a gone case. Tutakuwa tu manipulated na hawa watu vile wanataka. They want to group like this, they want to go here, they want to go here. So we are just following a choir.
That's okay, Stony PK. Let me put. We will continue with that. Without division in ODM, because that one is purely division in ODM, and we are trying to read what happened.
Yeah, and before you and you know, while you play that division to honor is very important. Remember when on this program tuliambia watu we cannot stop discussing maneno ya ODM because it is the architect of all what we've been doing. Okay, so watu wanasema, nakumbuka hata sijui ni Ayaga alikuja hapa anatuambia ati tuachane na mambo ya ODM, sijui how do you achana na mambo ya ODM which we had produced presidential candidate ule ambao tulifuata with all the heart, alafu unatuambia tusiongee juu ya hiyo. Endelea.
Okay, let me bring another ili muone vile watu wa ODM wanafanyiana. Robert Arai jana alijaribu kukana. It's now out.
NTV has managed to obtain CCTV footage that shows the sequence of events of the fight that ensued between Embakasi East MP Babu Owino and Kileleshwa MCA Robert Alai, which resulted in Alai's firearm being confiscated. NTV's senior crimes and special projects reporter Ngina Kirori has mourned the incident that has been forwarded to detectives at the Directorate of Criminal Investigations for further analysis and investigations.
4 p.m., 3rd of January 2026, at Sada's restaurant, Kilimani, Nairobi. Evening before chaos erupts. In the garden area, we see Embakasi East MP Babu Owino in this blue shirt, leaving his table and walking over to the next table, which has a group of people, one of whom is Kileleshwa MCA Robert Alai, sitting behind the potted plant. Babu goes over to Alai and some words are exchanged. We see a gesture made to Babu Owino by Alai before Alai stands up, who we can now see in a light green shirt. Push and shove ensues before we see Alai pushing Babu Owino before he slaps the Embakasi East MP. It is at this moment that Alai is believed to have drawn his gun, which he holds parallel to the length of his body. Customers take to their heels as the fight intensifies, and a man in a white jacket, believed to be a police officer, appears to disarm Alai. The sub-county police commander for Kilimani, Patricia Yegon, later confirmed that the gun was confiscated as evidence.
Kileleshwa Ward, Alai had a firearm which was confiscated and currently at Kilimani police.
Other men surround the two and the situation begins to de-escalate, but little did those here know that this was just the first round of the altercation. This woman in African attire also appears to be confronting Alai. He walks over to her and appears to shove her before a heated exchange takes place between the two. Normalcy appears, and the two even appear to have been convinced to sit together. Then we see Alai take an object which he throws at Babu Owino, who is now sitting opposite him. Alai grabs a chair, but Babu appears to beat him to the punch and throws one at Alai, and someone throws one back at Babu. Customers are once again seen fleeing for their safety. Later, Babu Owino is seen leaving the restaurant as Alai stays behind. Police officers were later called to the scene and the matter has been handed over to the Directorate of Criminal Investigations for further investigations. We attempted to reach Alai for comment but did not receive a response to our calls and messages. Ngena Kirori, NTV.
Using ChatGPT.
There is something I'm not understanding. Na naona pia Ana ameandika. Hao watu ni kama walikuwa wanapigana wanarudiana. I don't get it. Yes, why would you just attack each other and at the same time you are keeping on sitting on each other? Or was it like a negotiation of something? Or Story PK, can you react to that? Because those are still ODM siblings trying to fight each other.
For you to understand that scenario, you must be a very keen follower of Nairobi politics and ODM politics in Nairobi. You must be a very keen person who knows who is who. You must be very keen to know who Alai is, and also Babu Owino and all that surrounds akina Aladwa and all that. Kama sasa hiyo uelewi kabisa, huwezi jua what is happening. Hao watu wanajuana, of course they are the same people. Hao ni Nairobians, ni Wajaluo, ni ODM, ni chama kimoja. Alai and Babu, again I will give you this experience. I know ulikuwa unasema Sondikia anajua kila kitu. Alai was supposed to have contested Embakasi East, but he was stood down because of number one, incompetence yake. Na ni mtu temperamento, ni mtu for lack of better words, I would say ni category ya kina Gaucho, of course only that labda amesoma kidogo. Hata si, so when it was coming, ODM wakitafuta ule mtu angenini presentable and all that, of course ndio Babu akamini. So that bitterness has always been there, yeah, and he still believes yeye ndiye ati kama si yeye Babu Owino angekuwa MP. So kuna hiyo sibling vibe, hiyo bitterness mbaya mbo. Number two, ana wivu na Babu because of number one, he thinks Babu is not worth anything. Okay, he thinks Babu is not worth anything, but unfortunately, Babu has performed in terms of material performance in the constituency. Hiyo hata ukienda uite tu mtu yoyote, pick anybody random kutoka Embakasi, hata kwa street, hata kwa kiosk, shushaina, nini, umuulize tu akupatie 1 minute of Babu Owino. If you hate Babu, you'll feel so bitter. Utashikwa na kiwaru. But if you love Babu, then utafurahia. Uulize mama, sample, a mother, uncle, mzee akisukuma mkokoteni, any of those, waulize tu. Atakwambia. Na wewe mwenyewe pia ukitembea hiyo Embakasi East, uone, alafu cross over to this other constituency, you will see the difference, you know, in terms of what CDF money is supposed to do. So, truly speaking, is a performer. Truly speaking, is a streetwise guy. That one you know. Na huyo mwingine pia ni streetwise. Okay? Hawa ni wale watu unakuta wako kwa bar, wameanza kuargue juu ya madem, juu ya nini. You know that unaweza ita cheapness as much as other wameelevatiwa to mheshimiwa. You know, Kibaki told you the fact that umechaguliwa doesn't make you clever all of a sudden. Your character still remains. So, usiquestion ati mbona wana-argue, wanakaa chini, wana-argue, wanakaa chini. Wana ile kitu tunaitanga robodia, they robodia each other. Alright? Mimi hakuna kitu unaweza nifanya Njiru. Then those stupid kind of arguments. Na siwezi toka hapa juu yako. Hizo ni za mtaani. Those who are born in mtaani mnajua. Siwezi toka hapa juu yako Njiru. Na nitakaa kwa hii meza nione utadu. Those kind of arguments, I can assure you ndio zilikuwa zinaendelea hapo. So don't go into scientific study as to why they continue to sit there. And of course, wanajua ni nani ana, you know, in terms of seniority, kuna inferiority complex, huyu ni MCA, huyu mwingine ni MP, alafu mambo mingi ile ambayo ni utoto, let me call it that way. Ni utoto tu. Yeah, because when you even start exchanging blows in a bar or restaurant, hiyo si ni utoto. What is it that mkijua dignity yenu, both of them, I'm not blaming ati mmoja. Yeah, and I don't know why you don't have the clip ya nani akiongea alive, then you will now justify what I'm telling you. Ndio utajua huyu mtu ni kama goon pia. Kuna hiyo alikuwa anajibu amedescribe what he was doing there is totally opposite of what we have been shown by the CCTV. Na alipotoa hiyo clip niliambia my friend, oh my god, this guy is not clever. Ange comment, ange explain your situation because CCTVs are there and it was going to give the real occasion how it went. So he has been contradicted totally. If you don't have that clip alikuwa ana explain here, I think I had it, I don't know, I can look for it. So it tells you that you are dealing with hiyo utoto ndio iko ODM, to tell you the truth. Na ndio unasikia kutatokea mambo bado utasikia, utaona mambo hii chama hii no vise modeli. Haya, back to you Njiro.
Oh, okay. Naona Budi ameenda and I wanted to give him a chance. So Bwana Budi, can you come and react? That's the link. So Bwana Budi, come, it's your time. I can see you got tired of waiting. You can come and react. I know maybe you wanted to react to that altercation. So, Aya, go ahead. Budi, how are you? Happy New Year. Siku hizi umetupotea sana hadi nashindwa WhatsApp. Are you okay?
Nasikiliza huko chini because we are ranters, we like ranting. Anyway, Njiru, I think Babu Owino this time was stupid enough. Robert Alai has delivered what Ruto wanted. According to the polls, Babu Owino is the biggest headache to Ruto right now in both Luo Nyanza and Nairobi. They've tried to give him a CS job, he has refused. They've tried to negotiate with him, he has refused. And the biggest mistake that was made is Winnie Odinga to recognize Babu Owino that they can work together. And that duality is giving these people a nightmare. Now, when you heard Robert Alai explain what happened, he understood what he was doing. He was not stupid. He went to the media, he said what he said, and unfortunately, he was lying. However, Ruto and the courts that he's going to use will have a negotiating thing with Babu now. The issue of gun and fighting, because even when you hear the news person saying Babu threw a punch, Babu did this, Babu did this, you know, they are also incriminating Babu Owino by all necessary means. Now, Babu is going to be incriminated, and obviously his gun issues are going to resurface, and also Alai will have delivered to stop Babu Owino from going further. So it is unfortunate that Babu Owino played to the rhythm. He will have walked away. Now, Babu Owino again explaining, also saying, you know, we sat down, we talked, we did this, we did this. He also incriminated himself. I wish Babu Owino could have known that Alai has been sent to stop him because of his axis with Gachagua, and now Sifuna, and now Winnie Odinga. You are going to see in the coming days how Babu is going to be frustrated, and even not being given, he will not be given an opportunity to contest. That is what Ruto wants, and Alai has delivered. Thank you.
Yes, Alex. I think Giro has gone. There is one point you've mentioned that, this gun issue. Who drew the gun? Whose gun is being talked about in this scenario?
The gun is for Robert Alai. Unaelewa?
Yes.
And at some point, you've heard that they sat down and talked. And now this is where I was listening now to the Luo gossip, that when they sat down, it is said that Babu Owino had fucked Alai's wife. The argument was about Alai and his wife. I don't know if you have heard that. Now, the thing is this: the regime doesn't care who drew the gun. They want to incriminate Babu Owino because he's giving them a nightmare. Anything that can derail Babu Owino to negotiate or stop him, they are ready to do that. More especially with Sifuna giving them headache, and now Babu Owino giving them headache, because Nairobi has been declared a no UDA and Kenya Kwanza zone, and honestly, they know with the axis of this going towards Gachagua, it's a gone case. You can almost see that Alai is not stupid to do that confrontation. If there is anybody who actually had endorsed Babu Owino, I have followed these two people. It was Jalango and Robert Alai who. If you understand this politics, when Alai was being asked this thing, he kept on peddling on the issue of a kingpin. We don't have a kingpin. I am the one who gave him this seat. You know, Babu Owino, I am better than him. So the whole issue of gun he wasn't even talking about. It was a political contestation. Ambao unashanga, okay, we are having a gun issue here. You are going to a fight. The guy lies blatantly and says that there was no fight. The gun was actually behind me. I did not remove the gun. Somebody only saw it. You saw the whole clip how he lied. I think we need to put these two clips so that people can understand what we are talking about. Because if you see the account of what Alai gave and what is now being given, And the way they are saying that Babu Owino actually punched Robert Alai several times, put back that clip. It's saying that Babu Owino punched Alai, Babu Owino punched Alai, Babu Owino punched Alai. So therefore, it's a provocation, and Alai is doing what? Is defending himself. That is what they are trying to prove. If you follow carefully, even the person narrating that. So let us not be duped into that. Babu Owino is in a precarious political position. He must negotiate now with Kenya Kwanza.
I'm still having very difficulty in seeing how Babu Owino is in a precarious situation, because Kenya Kwanza will not determine anything political about Babu unless they kill him or jail him. The way it's flowing, you saw what happened at the funeral when a Kenya Kwanza senator tried to simply and very softly put up just a phrase, and you saw what happened. Being a Nairobian, who I am, I can assure you, Alex, there is nothing these guys can do to Babu other than just maybe jirongoing him. They can't stop it. In fact, I think Babu was so clever here not to even bother to draw his gun, because he learned from the DJ's case. I think so. I am assuming that's why he refrained and was only able to use his hands.
The fact that Babu was in a confrontation is a feast for these people. If you see how Ruto, how Ruto and its courts operate, like my friend, let us not act as if we don't know how Ruto operates. Let us not think that this is a court of justice. You saw what the IG was even criminalized, even sentenced, and later on you saw what the courts did, say he has apologized, and that thing ended like that. So I think sometimes you people forget that how the courts are used politically is just the way Uhuru government used to happen. We have a totally different courts right now. And any time you go to court, look at somebody like this MP for Sirisia, who was jailed for how many, and now is singing Ruto thing. The courts are being used correctly by Ruto to make sure that you succumb.
I wish we could have a lawyer come in here and give us a scenario. If this case is taken to court, what will you accuse Babu of? And what will you accuse Alai of? And what are the probable, I'm talking about, charges? Other than Abba bro, what would you really bring out that will incastrate Babu Owino against Alai? That is question number one. And vice versa. What is it that will be so criminal that it will be a high tension case that you can use to circumvent Babu, for example? I would want a lawyer to even, kind of give us. For me, I'm seeing it as a very simple, useless trend that was being tried by Alai. And because Alai, as I told you, I think his level of reasoning and thinking is so low, because he even thinks he can be an MP in any of those Nairobi constituencies. Alai can't. He can't. He's just a blogger and somebody who very low capacity. I'm sorry to say this. I don't like saying such things, but knowing him.
I think you are thinking as a nation that functions. But it is do or die for Ruto, and especially Nairobi.
How will he
So for you are thinking when the situation is ideal. Okay? But for me, I am looking the worst case scenario for Babu, because in any way, Babu is a headache to Kenya Kwanza. Okay? And any opportunity they are going to use, they will use it politically. You don't tell me that it was Alai is so stupid to do this. Like, he's so stupid to just do this. This was choreographed. It was
Alex,
not a reaction.
Not to cut you short, you just talked about the effing of Alai's wife. That is number one. When somebody does that, or allegedly does that, you go low and you become very stupid as a man. You are a man, I'm a man, you know that. So if that ever is one of the issues, Alai can behave the way he behaved. Hata mimi nikikupata hata kwa
You
parking.
know, Stone PK,
Yeah.
that is my point of view. Okay, that is my point of view. You can deny it, but you know, and it's an opinion that for me I hold so dear. Why? Because I think and I believe that the greatest mistake Babu Wino has done is to indulge himself into the Luo politics, whereby now they've known that the only way to fight him outside ODM, they've realized that he's doing very well. It is only within ODM that they can deconstruct him and start using his tribe mates to get on him. And the issue of the gun, because if you saw, what other people are celebrating is his past gun issue. Okay? People are bringing his past gun issue when a gun has been pulled on him. Okay? And you wonder why, you know, it's becoming a subject. And the people who are peddling it even more, if you could see, are the ODM people. So that's my opinion.
Thank you, Alex. Alex, again, it's good we are having this. And, you know, things are coming to us about the opinion, the public opinion about ODM. It's coming out very clearly. Now, it is so sad because some of those very nasty allegations will come out to pass. When you talk of Luo politics, Babu Owino has not actually done or talked about Luo politics, kingpinship, and all that. He is on TV telling and explaining that anything called Luo kingpinship, hiyo ni ujinga. That is also what I believe. As much as Raila would have been seen as a Luo kingpin, yeah, because he was going with the majority, but he was not going with everybody else. Look at even when it comes to voter mobilization. You would have believed that if somebody is a kingpin in your area, you get to, you know, you have almost everybody going with you, and you would have no resistance. So for me, I tend to think, one, whoever wants to use this scenario to tarnish Babu, it's too late. That is water, you know, the water has already gone. The train has left the station. Babu is unstoppable. What I would advise Babu approach is that aongeze maturity kidogo. I still believe ukiambia mtu kuna utoto si insult. Anafikiria ana huyo youth inamsumbua, because now like the level he's going to, he's supposed to actually engage another gear of high level maturity. Like number one, if he feels he wants to be that level of a governor, he has to live above board. He has to avoid these trivial issues. He has to avoid these, you know, selfish chest thumping. You know, unakuwa kama mtoto wa nursery school, ukikuwa number one, you sing about it the whole, you know, I was number one. You should behave like somebody of Form 4. You are number one, but you know that number one is what you need to do, and you know somebody else can become number one. So that is what I mean, that he should not think the fact that a survey showed him as one of the best. He's not the best, he's one of the best performing MPs. Okay? And that should not make him think like that he has the biggest brains in Kenya. Even these degrees he has to lower that flag down and know that it is not about degrees. It's not about, because I'm trying to talk about this because he really boasts a lot about those things in public, even in parliament. And he says that, you know, he cannot be lectured and all that. So he has to know how to carry himself when you become a public figure. Otherwise, he's going to burn himself, because what public does, wakiona unaringa sana, wanakutema. Yeah, na Nairobi inaweza mtema. Nairobi inaweza mtema tena.
Stone, sorry, kuna simu ilikuja ikanikata, I had to go, na ikanikata mara moja. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, can I ask a question, please? Because I also want, as we discuss, can we try to incorporate what the comment section is saying? Anne is asking, why did Babu Wino walk to Alai table? Sababu inaonekana Babu Wino ndiye alienda kwa Alai kwanza. So can we like try to understand why is Babu Owino going to ally table?
These people nilisema, they are together, they are Luos, they are Nairobians, they are party members, they are not strangers. Ndugu yangu, they are friends, very close friends.
Babu Owino,
Let me finish, Alex. Ukisikia mtu anaenda unaambiwa ulikuwa na bibi ya Alex, itakuwa nimepata bibi ya Alex wapi ama bibi ya Njiro wapi? God forbid, I'm just using an example. How do you get to know my wife? How do you get to know your friend's wife? I mean, somebody else's wife. It means you guys are friends. You associate. Kwa hivyo, walking to that table is like anybody. Like I would be on a table with Njiro, then I see Alex pale ile. Alafu nitasimama. Alafu remember there has been this beef. On this channel, lazima Njiro tucheze hizi nini clips. Hapo hizo Alex amesema. We have to show the relationship of these guys. Hawa watu ni watu moja. Ni kama watu wa mtaa moja. ODM ni moja. I mean, if you've ever been a member of ODM, you can know how we socialized. Ma socialization, manini. Hakuna mtu strange to the other. Member wa ODM Lamu, the management level, anajuana na member wa Kisii ODM. Na anajua member wa Chuka ODM. When they normally meet, they actually are a family. So a lot of things go in there. Zingine ni nasty. So for him to walk there is because there's a lot of that has been going on. Alai has been really incriminating Babu in one show after the other. Because Alai cannot imagine Babu trying to go for that governorship. That's why he's trying to do all that is possible, trying to paint Babu's name. Even if Babu would go there by, let's say, chance akuwe governor, I don't think he can perform worse than Sakaja. I don't think so. Because one quality Babu has, hata mazuri ya sehemu yake, is that he knows how to delegate and he knows how to use qualified people. I live in his constituency. I can tell you the constituency management team yake, my friends. It is not Babu who performs that. Ni wale watu alichagua na anapeangwa na voters. Si yeye analeta. That is one thing people should appreciate about leadership. Na committee yake si Wajaluo peke yake. It's a Nairobi committee reflecting Nairobi. That's why it performs so well. Endelea, Alex.
I will listen.
Okay, wacha niwachezee video ya Babu Owino akielezea and then you react from there. Najua mnaweza.
Oh, no. Ungeanza na nani? One first thing first. Anza na lie ya Babu Owino came later. Enda ya lie.
Let me look. Okay, you can be reacting that one. I have to look for it.
Oh yeah, then let me talk about Alex aliongea the headache that UDA has. It is true.
Okay, I'm dropping. Kuna call inanisumbua hapa. I will drop. But as you watch that, I want you to know the main conversation that Alai is bringing. Anasema mara munasema hii. And he's saying things that Babu hajasema but Maverick Aoko amesema. In the center of this, there is a bone of contention. Nobody is naming Maverick Aoko. But what Maverick Aoko has said in our Sumbua.
Alex, thank you for bringing that.
And the person that anateteanga Babu Owino most in social media ni Maverick Aoko. But remember the person that brought into limelight Maverick Aoko was both Itumbi and who? And Alai. So as you watch this thing, you must know that Alai is having a political expediency. Wacha mimi shika hii simu nilikuwa nataka.
Haya, sawa. Now, Bwana Stony PK, as you thank for Margaret Aoko being brought on board, I don't know, here in TV47 it looks more, but naona wanasema Robert Alai anakana.
No. So you move to where Robert nani anaongea. Wali ana. Don't give us that.
Hii video kuna pale anaongea but
Kileleshwa Robert Alai amekanusha madai ya kuhusika katika mabishano makali yaliyodaiwa kutokea Jumamosi alasiri kati yake na mbunge wa Embakasi Mashariki Babu Owino, ambapo inadaiwa kuwa alitoa bastola na kumtishia mbunge huyo. Tukio hilo linachunguzwa na maafisa wa idara ya upelelezi wa makosa ya jinai DCI, ambao wametembelea mkahawa ulioko katika barabara ya Lenana, eneo ambako vurugu hizo zinaripotiwa kushuhudiwa. Maafisa hao pia wamepata picha za CCTV zitakazotumika katika uchunguzi. Jumatatu mchana, makachero wa DCI walitembelea mkahawa huo na kurekodi taarifa kutoka kwa wafanyakazi pamoja na wasimamizi wa eneo hilo. Aidha, walipitia picha za CCTV huku wakiendelea kukusanya ushahidi kuhusiana na tukio hilo. Kulingana na ripoti za awali, mzozo huo unadaiwa kufikia hatua ambapo mwakilishi huyo wa wadi alitoa bunduki yake, hali iliyowalazimu maafisa wa usalama kuingilia kati ili kudhibiti hali hiyo. Uchunguzi unaendelea ili kubaini ukweli wa madai hayo na kubaini iwapo hatua za kisheria zitachukuliwa.
That we were at the Cedars restaurant which is in Kilimani. We were sitting together with others and Babu was sitting at a different table and he came to greet us. I told him that I'm not very comfortable greeting you. He started to push my head, telling me how he will panga me in the Nairobi City County, which is capturing. He said that Nairobi meshaenda. I said I'm not vying for any governorship seat because I hear you are vying for the governorship seat. So I don't think that I am supposed to be in the conversation of the governors because I'm not a candidate. So he kept insisting, and in fact one of the people who were sitting with joked that Ranipatia docket your finance. I said I'm not a candidate in any of these things. But what I would urge you is that when you're doing all your politics, please don't involve family members, because if you do that route, then it becomes very bad for us. And, it started becoming very agitated. It continued pushing my head. I told him I don't want to greet you. Please just go home, because I knew that this thing has been very uncomfortable to me. I've never addressed it in any platform or forum. But I told him that just go away. This is not a matter which you never see me, put my family members or post my family members on these platforms. And I would urge you that we end this issue here.
Teammate, I need your support. Kileleshwa MC Robert Alai involved in a gun drama with Embakasi East MP Babu Owino at a high-end Nairobi restaurant. He's here with us today. And yes, we've been getting a lot of media reports, but let's hear it from the horse's mouth. Bwana Alai, what happened?
Thank you, Fred. I think it's a very unfortunate situation, but what I can say about the case, because it's under police investigations, is that we were at the Cedars restaurant, which is in Kilimani. We were sitting together with others, and Babu was sitting at a different table and he came to greet us. I told him that I'm not very comfortable greeting you. He started to push my head, telling me how he will panga me in the Nairobi City County, which is capturing. He said that Nairobi meshaenda. I said I'm not vying for any governorship seat because I hear you are vying for the governorship seat. So I don't think that I am supposed to be in the conversation of the governors because I'm not a candidate. So he kept insisting, and in fact one of the people who were sitting with joked that Ranipatia docket your finance. I said I'm not a candidate in any of these things. But what I would urge you is that when you're doing all your politics, please don't involve family members, because if you do that route, then it becomes very bad for us. Then, it started becoming very agitated. It continued pushing my head. I told him I don't want to greet you. Please just go home. Because I knew that this thing has been very uncomfortable to me. I've never addressed it in any platform or forum. But I told him that just go away. This is not a matter which you never see me, put my family members or post my family members on these platforms. and I would urge you that we end this issue here. But he kept pushing my head. So when I stood up and pushed him back, I think he's now brought in other issues because I didn't draw a gun on him. There was a gun on my waist, but I didn't draw a gun on him. The person sitting next to me saw the gun on my waist because I was wearing a shirt only. I was not wearing a jacket, and I took the gun. Akasema kwamba nimetolea bunduki. But there's no, if you go to that restaurant, they have a video. I produced one video where I said I draw a gun on him.
All right.
Yeah, so I find it just absurd because the fact that an issue has come in place, then you're looking for ways of kuongeza kitunguu, bizari, you know, I find it, the spices are not normal to me.
And many people are questioning and asking the question, is it purely a personal misunderstanding or is this basically political rivalry?
It's not political rivalry because there's no seat. There's no antagonistic we're not competing anywhere with Babu. I'm not going for the...
We've seen your criticism towards Babu Owino, especially
it is just
in ODM.
You know, just me being
very vocal about it.
Yeah, you know, just being the MC in Nairobi. And I was just telling Nairobians that even Babu, I told him that day, that Babu, I don't think you're a candidate, but it's your right to vie. You can vie. I don't think you're the best candidate for Nairobi. And him, even on this platform, I think the last time I appeared here, I said that if anybody wanted to finish Babu, give him Nairobi, because he was not last there for 2 years. I just said it's my right to speak these things. But in that platform, I just told him that you vie, it's your right. Whatever, you know, seat you want to go for, it's your right. Even the kingpin, which the polls have talked about, I said there's no seat in ODM called kingpin. I've never known that seat. I've seen in polls coming in saying that Babu is the favorite to be a kingpin. There is no seat, county or national level, called a kingpin.
All right.
So that's, you know, it's. I just find the spices because, you know, differences occur. But when people add spices that is where the political questions is every moment for you an opportunity to get on political mileage.
So to get it right, you say it's more of a personal misunderstanding.
It's a personal misunderstanding. It's in fact, even the guys who are there are well-placed men in this society of Kenya, and they would not tolerate such. And we've been there for like 10 or so years. We sit in that place almost every week for the last 10 years. So he's not, and Babu is, you know, Babu is my friend. And despite all these differences, Babu is my friend. I just told him that Juzi, it was Mama Ida with Gaucho. The other time, it was the same girl she was sending to talk about Mama Rachel and the bodyguards. So I told him that, you know, these things are not fair to anybody you're talking about.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. And it's the political link that we want to see. I know when Alai says it's more of a personal misunderstanding, but we cannot escape from the fact that it is politicians.
We are politicians.
High-profile politicians who are involved in such altercations. And it is a huge concern because there are other instances where things threaten to get out of hand, where politicians are involved. Kathy, it is now 1 year, about 8 months to the next election, and the political temperatures are rising. We've seen what happened in Murang'a, misunderstanding on basically your side against mine, turning almost violent. Are you concerned that this is getting out of hand?
Good morning and Happy New Year. It's our first show this year, and I think we are starting on a very high note. So first of all, I think I'm very concerned about violence, and in this case, political violence in the country, not just in the case of Alai and Babu, but also in Murang'a, as you've just highlighted. But then just maybe to add my words or my opinion on that issue. First of all, two wrongs don't make a right. And I think, as we have seen, the case now is being handled by the police. We hope that they are going to investigate and get to the bottom of the issue. And these two gentlemen, because they don't sound like enemies, I hope they'll be able to solve it amicably. But then it speaks to the way we handle our politics, politics of personality. You literally pains when someone talks about your family or your partner and stuff like that. And we have a tendency in this country of hitting people below the belt and exposing, what we call exposing, quote, in politics, so that you shame people, and by so doing, then you malign them politically and their personality and stuff like that.
So I don't know, did that creep of Robert Alai explain anything? Bonaston PK, is that what you expected? Is that what you think?
That's it. That is it. That is it. That is it. That is what we had said earlier now. So that now tells you. Can you play Babu?
Okay, so Babu, mutanipea dakika moja.
Oh, if you, yeah, not where he's being interviewed or where he issued a statement himself.
Let's see tuone.
Yeah, that's it, I think.
It was an unfortunate incident.
Yeah, that's it.
Took place along Lenana Road at a very famous restaurant. May not mention the name of the restaurant for the purpose of the clientele. And you know the restaurant, of course. So yesterday at around 3:30 p.m., I received a call from a friend of mine, a man of God, a clergyman, and he said that he wanted to see me. So we set up a meeting at the said restaurant. Then I drove straight to that place, to the restaurant. I was alone because I'd given my security officers off, time to spend with their family members during this festive season. And reaching there, of course, I met with the man of God. We shared. We met only for around 15 to 20 minutes. Then, because recently I'd had some issues with myself, because I underwent some medical procedure. So I was just going back home. When I stood up, there was a table next to ours that there were several people who sat by that table, including Mheshimiwa Robert Alai. And I opted to say hi to them as a leader. It was only cashiers to say hi to these leaders, to these people, including Alai as a leader. So I greeted all of them, finished with Alai because he was seated at the farthest end. Then stood next to him. And before I left, there's one of them who said that, Babu, you will be a governor of Nairobi. Then Alai became mad. And from that point, he stood up, pushed me, saying, you cannot be a governor of Nairobi. You sent people to attack my wife on social media. Then immediately, he removed a gun, cocked the pistol, came straight, hit me with the pistol on my chest. Then moved back. Then I just stood. Then a short time, punched me on my right jaw. Still stood looking at him. Then there was a police officer. He was seated with several DCI officers. One of the DCI officers went and took the gun from him. By this time, I'd done nothing. But I wanted to understand what problem there was between me and Mheshimiwa Alai, because Mheshimiwa has been attacking me away from the university. We can't say that it was because of his wife, because at the university, who was attacking the wife? Nobody. So I told Alai to sit down after all this scuffle, and he sat down. Then one of the DCI officers also sat in between us. Then I asked Alai to explain to me what wrong I had done to him and to apologize for what he did. Upon hearing the issue of apology, he said, I can kill you. So after a few seconds, there was a bottle of water on the table, took it, splashed it on me. Then I stood up and just went. Then went to report the matter at Kilimani police station. And Ode, what I want to tell you clearly is that there's a pattern of violence that is being meted on my person, on me as Babu Owino, and their political violence. When Baba Raila Amolo Odinga passed on, the government, and I say with a lot of conviction, the government organized goons for me to be beaten in Kisumu, that I don't go view the body at the stadium. Then they further organized goons in Siaya, Bondo, at the university, so that I be blocked and be beaten. I be beaten and blocked from getting to the burial, which was so unfortunate. I had to brave all this because Baba is somebody that I still love. I had to brave all this, went. Of course, I had sufficient security, but the organization was even outside there. You could even hear some members of parliament. They were captured on videos saying planning the way I should be beaten in that burial. Then after that, you saw what happened yesterday. And you see Mheshimiwa Lai has been consistently in support of the government. And I want to tell you that no matter what is done by the government, this cannot deter me from speaking for the people. The only mistake I'm doing here, my brother, is to fight for the interest of the people. It's just to tell the government that there's high cost of living, reduce it. That there's unemployment, give youth and women and men jobs. That there's overtaxation, that we don't need to overtax people. That the cost of education is high, that our parents are struggling to take us to school. That health is not working. That is the only mistake I'm making as a leader.
Is this attached to the recent polls that you are given as the most favorable next kingpin in the recent polls? Something like that.
A lot has been said about these polls. These polls were true and were genuine, and these polls have since bruised people on the wrong side, people in government, people in ODM. There's a lot of infights. They're even attacking me in ODM groups. In our group for Luo members of parliament, they even attack me there, members of parliament doing that. But I want to tell you that there is no such position as a Luo kingpin in the constitution of Kenya. As Babu Owino, have been a leader, I've been a student leader. Because of my service delivery, people love me. Because of God, people love me. I'm doing it for God. As a member of parliament, I've been working for the people. My aim is to work for the people. Even when I'm going to be the governor in 2027 of Nairobi, I'm still going to work for the people. But the most important thing for me, my brother, is to be a kingpin of the nation. But if some people see me and value me as their leader, then they have a right to do so. Other leaders should not feel bad about it. Yes.
The worst freaking state to live in right now is South Carolina, and nobody's talking about it.
Yes, thank you very much. I think those are two explanations. Maybe Budi, before I give you a chance, in just 1 minute, I just want to say, so Babu Owino is explaining is a continuation of attacks from the time of Baba death. So maybe the question which I also am asking myself, even as you react, is because from my analysis, I feel that this attack by this guy, Alai, it was supposed to be bigger than that. And maybe it could be controversial, but for me, I think because some of they could be fearing Babu Owino, for me, I think they are creating a scenario some hatred to the extent that they might even want to assassinate this guy. To the extent that if actually that thing went bad yesterday, they could kill each other yesterday. Or it's now like a replica that even if now we meet like one of them dead, we now start now falling to nasemanga now watu tulionanga walikuwa na shida. For me, I see it bigger than this. There could be a bigger thing here. It's an assassination in plot. It is wild way of thinking, but I think so. There's an assassination plot here. I am good. Go ahead. LX Budi.
Yeah. So Pole, I muted without my knowledge. Sasa, first of all, kuna hiyo umemalizia. I don't know mbona umeiweka, but the worst state to live on right now is South Carolina. Najua hapo ndio Julia yuko. Is Julia okay?
I don't know. Unajua Julia siku hizi hakuishi. Sasa tunajua hao ni wanasiasa wanasemanga hivyo. I think huyo ni mwanasiasa ameleta hiyo kitu hapo akasema hivyo.
I'm just cracking a joke anyway.
No, you know even the politicians will always say that. Unajua hata sasa hivi ukianzia kukuja kuongea story ya Kenya as a politician, you start that way. The worst place to live in is Kenya. That's a politician. Could be true.
You need advert-free YouTube. Honestly, it's only $9. You cannot get that thing because sometimes unaweza play here hivi, unaenda huko nyuma, then we start watching your advertisements there. YouTube advertisement free is only $9.99. Go get one. So, if you look at Robert Alai, the punchline he finishes is, the other day, it was Aida and Gaucho. The other day was Mama Rachel and the bodyguards. Then he brings on the issue of the wife. And now later on, Babu Owino comes in and say, about the wives, we were with him in the university. Nobody had a problem with that. So now, this is where the elephant of the room is. And you can understand the biggest problem that Robert Alai made ni kuoa mwanamke ambaye alikuwa girlfriend ya Babu Owino. You will always live under the shadow of Babu Owino. And everybody knows that. Everybody knows that Babu Owino dated this woman for a very long time.
Kidogo. Is it
Siwacha nimalize.
Museveni?
Are you getting excited or what? So the biggest problem Alai made was to marry a woman actually. Babu Owino acknowledged we were there in the university. He did not deny kuwa they were never together. He said we were together in the university. So what does together mean? And then he starts bringing that girl he sends. Okay? So if you don't know, the problem is what Maverick Aoko has been saying. So until and unless you bring Maverick Aoko's attack on this, you will never connect the dots to form the straight line. All of them wanarudi nyuma nyuma. But the bone of contention, why will I lie all of a sudden say, Mara mukasema ni Aida Odinga na nani? Na Gaucho. Mara mukasema Rachel na bodyguards. Analeta yake na nani? Na Babu Owino. Who is saying all those things? Has Babu Owino ever said that publicly? No. That is Maverick Aoko. Now, the problem with Alai is not consistent. And he doesn't know how to be an underground guy in politics. When they went to Mombasa, the biggest mistake Alai did was to attack Winnie Odinga, which played very well with Maverick Aoko. And who? And Babu Owino. Now, Sasa, why would you say Maverick Ooko is talking about this? Now, wewe juzi ulikuwa unattack nani? Winnie Odinga. So he is not consistent. Now, when Babu Owino is saying he's being attacked in the Luo groups, it is bigger than what he's saying here. If you see what is being, first of all, his house, you know, Babu Owino had to post his house in Twitter because they had painted him to be a Muindi. And the person who peddled those things was Robert Alai. And people, somebody called Dennis Odingo started asking, tuambie Babu Owino kwao ni wapi? Nani anajua baba yake? Who knows a single relative of Babu Owino? Which was quite interesting. Because Babu Owino could not produce his relatives who are who are Luos, which is a very interesting subject, my friend, which I don't want to get into it, because once we get into it, inakuwa even more juicy, the history of Babu Owino. So this is a political manifestation. And, you know, in the end of the day, Babu Owino finishes and says, the UDA and the Kenya Kwanza government, during the funeral of Baba, they had hired goons. And they are ready to deal with him. And that is why I was saying, for me, how I look at it, okay? The issue of pools have come in. The issue of delivery has come in. The issue of university wanawake wamekuja. But the most interesting thing I want you to know is this. Robert Alai says, I've been going to that high-end place for 10 years. I don't know if you heard that. And we have been sitting with the same friends, which was a pure lie. Babu Owino comes and says, they were sitting with the DCI. When he pulled out the gun, it is the DCI who did what? Who held Robert Alai. And yet, we are being told now it's being handled by the police. Okay? Yet, he was sitting down with the DCI. I'm telling you, Babu Owino amechezwa hapo, munakataa. Time will tell. That is my own opinion, and I'm entitled to it. Thank you.
Yeah, I wish I can be able to get Maverick videos, but sijui ni kama, I don't know kama kuna video zake, but anyway, we have seen how serious she has been speaking about these political issues. So maybe it's a question I'm now trying to ask, Bwana Budi. Do you still think Babu Owino fortunes as a governor candidate, because kama anataka kukua governor, do you think they are dwindling or he has to tread carefully? Is he still having a shot of going for the governor based on all these things which are trying to come out? Or they will really try to push him and block him, not even to announce his candidature? How do you think this thing is going to do? Or it's about being a kinship? Because also there are two wars, being a governor and being a kinship, uko Nyanza. Which one is which?
Nairobi is a big problem. Nairobi is a big problem to Jubilee. They are not Jubilee, to UDA and Kenya Kwanza right now. And I don't know how they are going to pull it. I don't know which miracle they can ever do kama hiyo ya Sakaja na ile ya Jubilee mbeleni waliyekanga Sonko to ever pull anything that will give them even one seat in Nairobi. And it looks like Gachagua has courted these two favorite young boys of Nairobi, and more especially over the weekend, iliwakasirisha sana hii ya Sifuna. So the fortunes of these two people keeps climbing. Unaelewa? And the more the Kenya Kwanza regime gets in between the ODM saga, I think the worse it becomes for them. I think by now they should have sacked Sifuna. But the issue is not even Western. They can steal Western. The issue is Nairobi and the Luya Mulembe Nation. in Nairobi. Because what ODM did to Wanyonyi, the Luyas have never forgotten. And you cannot do it to Sifuna again. And they let it go. And Sifuna is playing plenary to that. So for me, their fortunes are climbing each day. There is nothing they can do. But my fear is this. I think they are courting Gakuyo to run under UDA. I don't know. I don't know if Kikuyus will truly vote for Babu Owino. Ama ni kucheza wanamcheza. I don't know. I really doubt. I mean, sometimes I look at it naona ni kama, I don't know, Gachagua if could be very comfortable to truly endorse. I don't know. I mean, ikifika hapo nayo, I don't trust Kikuyus kama anatafikia Babu Owino. But for now, he's very popular. That's my opinion, though. Thank you.
Yeah. No, there's something which we also need to say here. Like, even as we say Nairobi is cosmopolitan, you have also to look at the diversity of it in terms of elitism and Gen Z-hood, all those things in play. So, and for me, I don't think, even if Gachagua might want like a Gakuya does not present a dynamic. Even as we are rising here, I don't think Gakuya will be another will be another a fail. Actually, Gakuya will make the other people he will actually even make our votes to drift away. So I don't think.
And you are very right on that. If we want to take over Nairobi, okay, I think we must have a strategy. Gachagua, I don't know kama alikuwa anatucheza ama alifanya nini. Whether it was the right thing to say or not. When he said yeye na Kalonzo wameamua kuwa yeye atachukua Nairobi, I don't know why he made that statement, but it brought a lot of animosity within the Nairobi. Unaelewa? Because after all, we know the Kikuyus are a sizable voter in Nairobi, and they do matter. And if they come together with the Luos and the Luyas, I don't think there is anything they can do. So, I don't know, but what I'm saying is the governorship of Nairobi, if the candidate becomes Babu Owino and supported by the opposition, the guy has already won. It doesn't matter what. And I think that makes Ruto fear, because these people understand the amount of money that is coming in Nairobi. They will actually go to the route of actually taking Nairobi from the governor. And that is what actually Robert Alai is preempting. Nairobi will come out of you in 2 years. So Robert Alai is already spilling the beans. We will take it away from you the same way we did it from Sonko. Okay? They are not lying. You see them saying it to our face. So that is what I'm saying. They are saying, yes, you will win, but we are not giving it to you. We'll go the other route.
Yeah, I think it's unfortunate, but this is my own analysis. Bwana Mbudi Adistoni Pekei. I can tell you that I don't know. I know there are stories which we are trying to talk, or people try to talk, but I want to be very controversial, and maybe I want you people to help me on here. I do not see, and I'm saying it with a lot of humility, I do not see a Kikuyu becoming a governor in Nairobi in the near future, because of the grip which they have in the national politics, and the other marginalized people, if I put it that way, they always feel that they need to now to control Nairobi. Yeah, the Mount Kenya community want to control the national politics, then let us also now control Nairobi. So, and from what I see, I do not see how the Mount Kenya region will be able to control Nairobi for now. I do not see that arithmetics working. Because every time when Mount Kenya in Nairobi, other than a governor who was, other than maybe in the Sonko was from from Ukambani, who was an extremely popular guy. And I don't know how maybe Mount Kenya can be able to bring that serious popular guy. I don't see a guy from Mount Kenya who is charismatic, who is that charismatic and popular to say that they can carry Nairobi. So the best shot they can do so that we don't lose that seat is support a charismatic person from another region. But if the Mount Kenya region will want to glue themselves to the county seat, what will happen is that a Ruto candidate can win through a protest vote from our people or from the people who will vote for our president. And our candidate, has a popular candidate in Nairobi, has always been losing on a protest vote. I don't know if Bwana Stony PK, if you can, to what extent do you agree on that? A protest vote. Ile story watu wanasema, ai kama sio huyu tunaenda huku. That is how we got Koskei. That's why today Koskei is a governor. You know that. Koskei is a governor today because Azimio voters protested. And they said, if it is Igathe and not this one, tunaenda na huku. And Sakaja akapitia hapo. Sakaja, there was no way in which Sakaja was to become a governor. Atawebudi, you know that. Sakaja was a very weak person. He had no formula, he had no concept, but he became a governor as a protest vote. And I think even Baba supported him silently. Maybe nikifikiria.
Baba endorsed Sakaja several times. When Sakaja came with his sons and says, the only person who has attended all the birthdays of my son and he has never missed is Baba. And Baba spoke nothing. Baba spoke nothing. Baba never criticized Sakaja during the brawl for his papers. Baba said, Baba silently did not want Igathe. Trust me.
Yeah, that one we can agree. And so we need to understand the protest vote of Nairobi because of having the wrong candidate. So the first thing which we need to understand, watu wa Mlima, the united opposition, we have to put the candidate who people want. If we don't put the candidate who people want, our votes will go and elect the enemy. Na nimemaliza. Stony PK, come in. Umenyamaza sana. Or you are very busy.
No. I give people time to talk. Nilikuwa nataka muongee na Bundi exhaust hiyo maneno ya Babu na Nairobi. You know, let me say this. Nairobi ni mchezo wa town. And it is as of now ni watu wachache sana wanaweza jua how to handle Nairobi. And let me say this, if you never saw Nairobi ile ilikuwa before, you have no idea how to, you cannot have any idea kufanya. If you never saw Nairobi vile ilikuwa siku za when it was being called the green city in the sun, you would not be able to nyorosha it. It's just like a panel, watu wanaitwa panel beaters. Most of them are my very good friends from Nyanza, you know. Luos are not all, of course, but those who are specialized in those areas, they are the best panel beaters. And indeed, best mechanics, if you want to say that. I mean, it might be generalization, but that stands out very well. So for a panel beater to be able to return your gari yako imebondeka, ikiwa imebondeka style moja noma, lazima aangalie the same vehicle, the same model, ndio aone ile shape vile ilikuwa. Nairobi, things worked super perfect. But until you have that master plan, and remember Sakaja kept on saying he had been shown the master plan in Nairobi ile 150 years, which is true, it's there. But once ukiingia unakula pesa, unasahau maneno ya master. Ni kama vile tuliambua Bible ikiwekwa chini tutafanyiwa kazi, mtu anaingia unaona kitu kingine, hata hiyo Bible unasahau kule uliweka. So the same thing in Nairobi, ukiingia pale kama wewe ni corrupt, wewe ni mwizi, wewe ni kila kitu, hiyo pesa inaingia hapo, utakuja utasahau hiyo master plan ulikuwa umepewa. So as of now, the candidate or the person that will attempt to deliver Nairobi is one who will have a very robust plan for Nairobi. Okay, very robust plan for Nairobi. Now the robust plan means what? Kwanza lazima uwe, you are the people, you are the person people want. You cannot force yourself into the people. Okay, number two, lazima uwe like if you are an MP, uonyeshe module, ile module umetumia as an MP, if it has worked. And there are two people that have had that good module, sustainable module. Two people nimeona, Tim Wanyonyi and so far Babu Owino. You go to their constituencies, you will see people modeling a city. Yani they are delivering services za Nairobi, za city. Unaona Tim Wanyonyi ile module anafanya kwa constituency yake ya Westland, afanyi kama ule mtu wako Oshago na uko Mathira, because those are two different areas. The way una design module, development modules za Mathira, za uko Mbere North, wapi, it's totally different from the development modules za Nairobi city. Same thing, if you look at an MCA in the rural area and an MCA in Nairobi, your kind of service delivery module can't be the same. So you have to be properly knowledgeable as to how to run ama manage na kuoffer services kwa a cosmopolitan city and the capital city of Kenya for this matter. Remember, anyway, I don't want to go into the nitty-gritties of how you model or module your service delivery in a cosmopolitan ama tao. If you look at the population demography ya Nairobi, si kama ya huko Maushago, unaenda unasema klani yetu, klani yangu itanisupport sijui mainini. Haya, Nairobi pia utaweka module ati tribe yangu ndio tuko wengi na ndio tuko nini. You have to have various dynamics. Dynamic ya kwanza ni popularity. What is your popularity? Is it your tribe that is peddling you up? Ama is a general appeal to the people, the residents of Nairobi? And how is your appeal? Is your appeal mature? Ama ni rhetoric? Okay. Is your appeal going across all the boards, all the ages? You find wazee wakiongea juu yako, you find youth talking about you, you find women talking about you, positively that is, or ni wewe tu unaingia sloganeering. So those are things you need to take. And I would draw you a little bit back to during the recent 2022, the blunder, the biggest mess that Raila and Uhuru and the others did. One was to try and they stood Tim Wanyonyi down. That was the biggest. Nairobi wanted Wanyonyi straight. And it was not Wanyonyi in 2022. They started wanting Wanyonyi from 2017. Okay. And when you hear that you are a member of Westland, then you go to Eastland, unakuta watu wanaongea Tim Wanyonyi, unaenda Makongeni unaongea Tim Wanyonyi, unaenda mtu wa South B anaongea Wanyonyi, unaenda Mukuru kwa Njenga wanaongea Wanyonyi. There is something. There is something that is crossing. And this is what some politicians don't pay attention. So when people are saying Wanyonyi, 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 those were the voters. But the voters were circumvented by the so-called Baba and the Uhurus and all that. Then you go shopping around and they say you're bringing a technocrat and all that. Not even like trying to bring him as a deputy governor or something like that. Unakuja umemu-install as a governor, which I think it was intentional, and I tend to think Baba had a hand in it, and he knew very well It's like ile unafanya mtoto akililia wembe mpe na unajua itamkata. So diplomatically baba allowed nani anaitwaje huyu aligive in for Timu Wanyonyi, akastood Timu Wanyonyi down, akamstand down, and then akakubali Igathe awekwe when he knew very well that those are not the dynamics, and that is why we had this unexpected guy rising to that high level. Remember, even when he was about to be ousted by the Nairobi MCAs, Baba is the one who intervened. So therefore, Baba really took a very, very serious swipe. And these are some of the things people fear to talk about. That why would Baba prefer this guy called Sakaja and not Igathe? Yet they were in Azimio together. These are some of the very serious hidden issues that we need to look going forward. So as we talk about Nairobi now, lazima muangalie ama lazima tuwe very keen. What is the force driving Babu Owino candidature? As much as people might have the reservation, some have hate for Babu. Of course, some of us think that he needs to be a bit mentored because, again, Babu thinks he's too educated and is totally above mentoring. But I'm pleading as Don PK, I wish he could go down a little bit. We will try to use as many friends as we have for him to go down and also avoid some talks. Like now when he was giving that interview, he's saying, I was called by man of God, and he keeps emphasizing that. To most Kenyans these days, that's irrelevant. We don't care whether you are sitting with man of God or man of Satan. And it doesn't add any value when you tell us such a thing. So there are some things, the language he has to now run away from. You don't have to tell us when you go to church to pray. It's up to you. Yeah. Also, when people start talking like that, najua mimi as a politician, I do this, and people don't want to hear about that. People want to hear your character. Unatuelezea nini? Okay. So basically, Nairobi will be controlled, rather Nairobi dynamics are heavy because you have very heavy population of Luhya, heavy population of Kikuyu, heavy population of Kisis, heavy population of Somalis, heavy population of Luos. So it will not be about kabila hii ama kabila hii. And that's why Gachagua regrets the statement he had made earlier. I'm toned down. Because as of now, Nairobi don't give us the dynamics of tribe. So tuambia wewe utachukua hii utachukua ile. No. Sahi Nairobi ni mobilization. Are you mobilizing? Is the right candidate mobilizing? And then are you appealing to the people? For me, for now, I would only that Timu Wanyonyi is, I hear he's being lured not to be in Nairobi, but he's still one of the favorites in Nairobi. Babu Owino is. Then there is this guy from the tribal point of view called Bazenga. Okay. Rakuya, more or less, is him driving force is tribal because, again, this is another card that we do ask people from central to desist. Stop showing like at your power is because of the tribe you are, and stop saying, because these days people know and understand Kikuyu very well. In public, you are talking like, kushuga biashara zetu, sijui kufanya nini. Are you the only people with the biashara in Kenya? I wish somebody would tell Kikuyus to stop using that phrase. Unfortunately, this I'll say for free. People have created hate. Mumefanya wa Kikuyu wanachukiwa. You are the worst enemy of yourself. Unaona? Tunaenda unajisifu biashara ni zetu, tunataka mtu wa kutuprotectia biashara, sisi ndio wengi. That language, Kenyans don't want to hear that. Tafadhali. You should lie low, maybe like what Nani used to say. Play now open. Don't say boroli yetu. Well, please. If I would be able to address the central people, I would even tell them to stop even overusing their mother tongue in public rallies and in whatever, and try to win back some love from these other Kenyans. And one of the things I would do if I was Gachagua, I would not even bother to make anybody from Central contest for governorship unless people demand. And if people demand, I would propose to a Central akuwe deputy governor. That is what I would want to do. I mean, because it's the same. The governor, deputy governor, if you are both powerful, then you run the city and then you run it properly. Other than you being seen like you want to lead, and you are claiming you are the only one who can protect the interests of your people. That language should be discouraged. So basically, yes, Nairobi is gonna be whatever, but Babu Wave is unstoppable. He only needs to be tamed. To be mentored. He should listen to people. He should not talk like Ruto, who says he knows everything because he has PhD. Hiyo inaweza fanya watu wamtoke, na Nairobi ukitoka unatoka haraka sana. Otherwise, I tend to think it's okay for him to really go for that. Alai cannot do anything to him. In case of anything, unaweza kuta hata Alai anaweza kosa hiyo seat ya MCA, because right now anybody who is associating with UDA in Nairobi, ole wako. Back to you.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Bwana Stone PK. You know, there's a lot when it comes to power play and how we should actually play in the big seats. That is, we have to start considering some of the people who, because if you win a governor race, chances of also winning the presidential race, they are also very high. And there are some counties which we have to start strategizing as quick as now. Nakuru, Nairobi, Kisumu, Kisii, Kiambu, those mega Mombasa, those mega towns and cities, we better start having strong people, and we have to see how we win there. Because if we win governor races, chances are that we could actually even win the presidential race there. And that is the accumulation of winning the whole presidential race. So, hapo lazima sasa tuanze kupika mahesabu vizuri. So, I don't know how we are planning in terms of that. I hope Kasongo is not ahead of us in that array, but it's an array we have to start thinking about pivotal individuals in those key places. But like, for example, if I ask you, I heard the other day there is chances that mtu kama nani ataenda. You are governor of Kisii. There's Simbarati. Is the next guy in our front? Kuuliza tu. Like in Kisii, for example, because Kisii is a serious county for us to win as opposition. Budi, are you there? I always say.
I think
Sorry?
I think we are walking on eggshells, we as Kisii. What we are trying to do, and I think many people are not seeing that, because of what has happened in ODM for many years, we are advising our leaders and our people to know that we have to spread our wings all over. We cannot keep on being in one place that we will never be respected. If you look at how we were in ODM, and in the end, ODM gave us nothing, it's a risk we took. The likelihood of Simbarati coming back is like 100%, not because he has performed or anything. If you look at how the politics of Kenya is played and how it has continued to play despite and in spite us refusing that that's not how it should, is when Ruto and Gachagua came to form a government, we did not have anybody on the national platform to speak for us. And as much as it may seem a little thing, it hurt us so much. When Ruto and again Raila had an handshake, we saw what it meant. So the Kisii gubernatorial is not going to be based on the coalition that we are going to have. It is going to be based on spreading our wings all over. Even this Osoro, we are not taking him anywhere. Osoro will win with a landslide. Kibagendi will go unopposed, because the mountain has taught us very well that even people like minions like Moses Kuria at some point went unopposed. Okay? Not because they were good or strategic, because they understood what power is. In the end of the day, you have to define what power is. Unfortunately, that is what I have seen people talking on the podium, on the political podiums in Kisii. There was a funeral that happened in Virongo of a pastor that his wife died, and politics took center stage. And the reason it took center stage is because 3 people came to represent Simbarati. And before the funeral was over, then the wife of Simbarati comes in and say, I've been sent by Simbarati. So people are questioning, who is this that is really representing Simbarati? It's because people are seeing that he's likely to win again. So everybody is projecting also towards him when it comes to the county level. But when it comes to the national level, Simbarati understands that even when he went to what is called Nyamira 2 weeks ago, he's saying anything that anaambiwa one time. Anasema kitu yote anaambiwa one time. He could not even speak further, because once you try to go that route to criticize Matiang'i, it doesn't work. So I don't know, our politics has changed this time around because of how the nature of the expert politics came about. And let me tell you, this issue of how the experts ended up going to the government and caused a ripple effect in our politics. And I never foresaw that. But how now people are viewing power is not like before. People are viewing power differently.
Okay. Yeah, the question which I'm asking is, are these pivotal counties going to decide eventually who will be the winner of the election? Like, should we start gravitating to those pivotal counties as much as now? Should we start now, like zeroing in to some of the counties which are very powerful in Kenya? We know
Jiro, let me give you a different dimension. Sorry, I understand your question, and I like what Alex has, what he has said. If you really got what Alex has said, is that what he's calling walking on eggshells. It's a very, very strong situation that people don't want to face in Kenya as a whole. Not only Kisii. Actually, Kisii are just demonstrating it in point blank. The issue today, number one, watu wajue that this elections time around, hakuna mambo ya the traditional attributes. Oh, huku ni Kisii ilikuanga ODM, huku ni Mbeere ilikuanga Mlima, huku ni Kakamega ilikuanga ODM. By the way, this is my observation, and anybody can prove me wrong or right. Things have totally changed. The old politics of sijui region inavotigi hivi, region ina, the beginning has begun of things taking a totally different course. Meaning, like for example, and thanks to UDA's poor performance, thanks to Ruto's poor performance and failure, thanks to Gen Z. Sasa hatutaki kuangalia anybody who is UDA associated, hata kuteleza tu useme Ruto, uteleze tu by mistake. You've been talking for let's say 30 minutes, alafu the last 2 minutes by bad luck, slip of the tongue, uteleze. Sijui vile ameenda wapi, na ndio nataka asikize hii asirudi kuuliza the same question. Uteleze tu.
Wacha nichukue kikombe yangu ya chai in 1 minute, but nasikiliza, I'm on phone. Pia simu inaongea.
Weka mtungi hapo ndio ukunywe chai. So the thing is, unaongea, we give a very nice lecture, alafu unateleza the last few words, uteleze uonekane ume-implicate upande ya Ruto. Kusha, all what you have said for 29 minutes will go into waste. That is how it is. Thanks to the bitterness and thanks to the pain that Mwananchi has gone. Nilisema in this program one day, juzi, last week, that hata nguruwe ikisimama sasa anywhere, bora tu isiseme tu tamu. Hata kondoo, hata nyani isimame with anything else other than UDA, itachaguliwa. We are going back to the Matiba time. I don't know whether it was 2002, 2007 or something like that. Okay, so that is there. The hate is there. And there was a lady in the interview we watched who was saying, oh, you know, the year has begun very, very badly. No, we knew 2026 it answered with octane level of politics. Hii ni noma. Hii hata watu wataenda. We will bury people. Because watu wako so bitter and mad that hata kwa drinking session, kwa bar, ama kwa disco, uate a wrong nini, utadungwa kisu. Na hii we can't stop. It is the time. And then there is another bitterness between generations. One generation feels like it has been wasted. Their future has been killed by another generation. To mend that is only a revolution that overdoes that. Otherwise, you have to tread very carefully. Anybody who is going into contestation, you have to be very careful what you talk, so that you usiguze simba mahali na kuambiaga kidhani amelala. Ukiguza hapo ndugu yangu kitaumana. So basically, Kisses, they know, and they are part of the country. Simba Arati has been a darling, but imagine unakuwa warned by people who overwhelmingly supported you, anawaambia wewe tiga wacha hiyo. Ukikuta unaambiwa hiyo ndugu yangu. And that's why Simba Arati, if I were him and if he was to listen to my advice, ningerudi chini, niachane na maneno ya national. Kwanza nitulia hapa nimalize tu term yangu kwa governor. Because he messed and he has continued to mess himself, trying to balance nini. Kwanza with ODM there is nothing to balance. Hiyo imepasuka. Okay, so you only have to be careful that the crack does not hurt you. Like when a glass is busted, una make sure your hand is not on where the crack is, ndio usikatike. Otherwise, angefanya tu ile softly. Okay, ODM is like a plane that is already has been fault, and unaomba tu crash land vizuri, and you hope that some people will survive. That is, if I were in ODM and in leadership, that's what I would do. For safe, crash land, lakini mimi nitoke tu nimevunjika mkono ama bruises, but it is landing, it is crash landing anyway. So for me, as a nani, Simba Arati, I would really try to play very well, play vizuri with my voters who are my fellow Kisses. Ni manage maneno yao bila kusimama kuanza kudefend at we ni vice chairs, you even don't have to remind the people about ODM, because hakuna mtu anataka ODM uko where you are. Same thing with the people like Cecily Mbarire. Now Njiru is talking of governors in Paivato counties. It's tricky, and it is tricky. It's only sharp politicians. In fact, let me say individuals that will be able to survive this very bad wave. It's almost a tsunami. So it's you to know, what will you hold on, a raft or a life-saving tube? Back to you, Njiru. Haya, kabla Njiru akuje, labda Bazuu Alex, una kitu ya kusema?
Budi anaweza react to that as well.
Unajua Simba Arati aliingia uchukani in a wrong way. He was not supposed to be given that. Remember, he was given the nomination very late. And the reason was the ODM style of negotiation, which actually is kleptocracy, whatever you need. What happened was, anytime Raila went to Kisii to see Angwae, the Kisii County residents who are working in the county never got their salary for 4 months. Because that's how Raila and I used to operate. Just let me come back. Just my in a echo up.
Okay, ni sawa. So Stony PK, as we wait for Budi, can you because you are now saying like the dynamics have changed. So I want to get it from you. Do you want to tell me like we are now in a phase whereby these major counties for the first time could get true governors, we could get true votes? Is that what you mean? Like we might get like true winners? Is that what you mean?
I'm saying depending on how the IBC, if the IBC can allow elections to take its course, that votes will be counted, not bundled, yes. But if IBC will have to favor the UDA, the ruling government, because I know the next formula that Ruto will want to serve is he can't show that he has been beaten everywhere. Okay, so whatever formula, Kamango formula is gonna use, he will use to make sure that he has governors, he has MPs, and probably even MCAs, because one thing Ruto likes to do is to humiliate you 100%. So he can even meddle this election totally, that hata opposition wanakuwa hawaonekani mahali. I told you of a situation, I didn't tell you who. Somebody was given 4 votes in his own polling station. Yeah, where the person had, the polling station had 540, and then 498 voted for him, but they removed whatever and remained with the 4. On the door of the classroom ilikuwa imeandikwa hapa amepata 98.88 something votes, na ikitokea kule kwa screen at the county, no, not county, constituency tallying level, inaonyesha alikuwa na 0.04 something. Why? How does that happen? It makes sure that whoever thinks is a candidate, you can be beaten, rigged 100%, hata usijaribu kusimama, hata tena usijaribu, just to demoralize. So I tend to think this time around, because Ruto knows ako mahali pabaya, he might mess these elections a big time, like it has never happened before. Now that brings us to the question, how is it that Mwananchi and the opposition are going to prepare to be able to counter this? So yes, if it is allowed, we're gonna get really good leaders. Like in Embu County, where we come from, Njiru, it's obvious people don't want Karinda. And Karinda is a mess. Now, who are in line for governorship? Fantastic people. Even if Mukunji was to become a governor, he has a track record as an MP. If Lenny Kivuti was to become a governor, he is a super CEO of his multinational companies all over globally. So we are talking of probable candidates that can come and turn around things. That's just Embu I've talked about. Talk of Kakamega, who are waiting to be, to come in. I mean, talk of even Natembea, who I hope he will want to maintain that is doing so well in Trans Nzoia. Okay, so basically, if elections are allowed properly, counties will emerge because it will be performance based. Watu watakuwa wanachaguliwa kulingana na vile umeperform, and that would be one of the best things to have. You can imagine if you have like 60% of the counties ikiwa ni performance, hiyo pesa yote wanapewa ionekane kwa ground, that will be super. Back to you.
Okay, wow, that one is very amazing. So in other words, we are saying we are at an interface. So we cannot say that we will get what we want, but it might be better than 2022, obviously, where we got the wash. So do you remember the time when Matiang'i prophesied that before the 2022 we will get wash? Do you think we now have capacity to reject wash in the next election now? Can we now be able to veer off from the wash and now we say that the Gen Z revolution has actually killed the wash spirit, and these people will not come again. Like if you look at Kisii, they have a wash. There's a guy called Jada. Akina Osolo, those are wash. Ruto himself, those are wash. These people wanahesabu pesa na kilo, those are wash. So do you think the spirit of wash is done?
No, it's not done because there are those like in Sugoi, not in Sugoi, huko kwa engineer Sudi. I think soon he's going to be Dr. Sudi. Huko, of course, they'll keep him because I think Bado. Huko. There are some areas where they'll maintain those garbage kind of leaders, but in some elite constituencies, you will have very serious changes. Okay, but now the biggest vita tuko now ni maneno ya how do we midwife the election. That is very important. Otherwise, we shall have very good people, goodwill people, and then the electorate already know that yes, there is going to be rigging and all this kind of a thing. So now wanatoka na hasira mingi sana, which means they want to remove Togeges. Because what Matiang'i had predicted, it has come to pass. So Kenyans don't need another lesson. Wakenya wahitaji kudanganywa. And that's why I always have some problems with Gachagua when he dwells so much on vile alidanganywa. Yet alikuwa anaambiwa. Sitakangi asimame kwa hiyo narrative sana because it sells him. And then it even calls what would make us trust him, that he doesn't know, that he knows what he's saying right now. Because kama ulidanganywa na Biblia sijui na nini, how sure are we kile unatuambia saa hii? How sure are we hata ukachaguliwa utadanganywa tena? Kwani wewe tu ndio udanganywa? You know, so I think the rest of Kenyans, and that's why I think Kenyans would not even vote for Gachagua as president, because I mean once they have a doubt, wewe ulidanganywa, utadanganywa bado. Even Raila, if he was to be afufuke, I don't think akienda watu wangemfuata tena. After knowing what people have known, people would not really follow you. That is what happens. It's good to be at least on the right side of things. But once people know you are hot, Akina Junet, they will only have to rig themselves in. The biggest dhambi hii ya watu kujoin Ruto, hiyo you have to be rigged in to come back. Back to Njiro. Nimeona Alex amekuja.
Yeah, before I give Alex, kuna mtu hata nimesikia ati I'm hearing, I don't know if it is propaganda, but I saw some images circulating that is like Junet Mohammed is considering getting out of Migori and return to Northeastern, a place called Banisa. He might want to become an MP in Banisa moving forward. I don't know if it is true or it was just a propaganda. Go ahead.
There's no propaganda in Kenya. Sorry.
Oh, go ahead, Stone. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying in Kenya there is no propaganda. They have to look for safety landing. Nimekwambia huyu jamaa engineer Dr. Tubii Sudi atakakaa huko juu huko, unajua hao hata ukiwaambia nini they don't care. Same thing, huyu jamaa lazima aende Banisa huko bahali yake wao na atachaguliwa. Back to you, Alex.
I think Junet Mohammed is done. And If you look at the latest attack of Sifuna on Junet Mohammed, you need to put that clip and analyze every word. And Sifuna said about Junet, if there are people, ile pesa ambayo ukula na ukapewa ingine juu yake, you know, it took Babu Owino to defend Junet because Babu Owino was looking beyond so that he can have a united ODM. It's not like Junet was not guilty. Junet actually ate pesa ya nini ya agents. You know that, I know that. Na ulisikia anamwambia ile pesa ya Uhuru sio tamu anymore ambayo ulipewa. So Junet is not there. The lady that is the women rep there is not there. I think there are people whose political career died when Baba got out. People like Gladys Wanga, people like Rengo, unfortunately, even if you don't know that, people like Junet, only Hayati. But there's something that we spoke earlier ambayo still inanisumbua. Na nataka uniambie, do you think Wakikuyu wenzetu hata tuwaambie kuna candidate, because that's what Moses Kuria is going to do. Moses Kuria is going to run in Nairobi. Kama unasema, the question is, unataka kuniambia kuna Wakikuyu wajinga bado watasema huyo tu ndio mtu ako kwa ballot na watamvotia? And how do we avert that? Because as you know right now, putting a candidate that is more strategic in Nairobi, we are giving up. And Moses Kuria knows that. And he has sensed he is not going there to win, but to spoil. Will the Kikuyu listen to conventional wisdom? Waambiwe, this is not a Kikuyu candidate. Wachana yu ujinga wakubali. That's my question.
Alex, nilisema I hope umepost tujibu hiyo au tuchangie hiyo. I mentioned earlier Nairobi, the way it is structured, and as of now, and I kept on insisting that what we are central, they are vulnerable, very, very vulnerable. Okay, niliona Ana ame comment hapo akasema you cannot force love, you cannot buy love. It is true. That's why you are supposed to nurture love. Manake ikitoka inakuwa shida. Central, we have blundered. Imekuwa ni kama the Igbos of Nigeria. And it is the leaders, not the people. It is the leaders that sell their people. Unaona? Hata ukiona wale wanaendanga uwaji na nini, it is the leaders who go killing people, and then all of a sudden unasikia huyu ni Stone PK wa kutoka mahali fulani ndiye aliua watu. Kumbe it's not the people. So sometimes our leaders make serious mistakes, and that's why we were saying, for example, when Gachagua became, alipotoka akaanza hiyo bonga nini, some of us were saying hapana, let him change the narrative a little bit. Let him be national. Let him have now his speech inaongea sisi wa Kenya. And as we were talking from early time, ilikuja ikakuwa ni disease. People hated that when we kept on insisting that Mlima, just like what we were saying. But now, when you talk of Nairobi, we have very many heavy tribes. I know Alex has dropped, but I'm contributing to this. So if Moses Kuria, who I don't think is popular by any chance, kabisa, and who most people feel like he's a joke, remember he supports Ruto. So there is no way in Nairobi people will be convinced that Moses Kuria means well for them. It will be a serious task, and I'm sure he will be neglected, he will be rejected. But if there are few people from Central that will want kuanguka na then they can as well do that. But we shall have the rest of the people gang against the UDA, ODM, and if Moses Kuria will be around there with the Chama cha whatever it is, they will be put in a smaller basket and put into the garbage area. But the bigger majority of others will go for the candidate that Mwananchi will have chosen, or the duo that Mwananchi will have chosen. Mwananchi meaning the united opposition, based on who they will have floated as the candidates for Nairobi. Otherwise, I don't see Moses Kuria shaking anything, because the one thing, he should be shut down completely. Moses Kuria has no morals in the first place. Okay, it's not anybody you can be proud of. He talks recklessly. He's not anybody you would feel like he's a face of Nairobi, trying to present Nairobi and all that. It's too loose. Yeah, I don't think he would deserve anything, honestly, at all. He's just too. Ni mshamba wa ajabu. He's an ordinary mshao from Katundu, a villager. So Nairobi needs mtu ako na decorum. Back to you, Njiro. Aya, Njiro umeenda tena.
Tony PK. So anyway, story. I hope we will be able to pull, especially now when things are becoming the way they are becoming. I hope now our politics will be able to adapt, and we will be able to see all the mistakes we did in 2022. If we will be able to align them, starting with the financing. Now we are now being told that we were not able to manage our financing properly. Like maybe Stony PK, I want us to react to this based on what is happening. Do you think there is a lesson to learn for 2022? Is there a lesson to learn, like especially money management, team management, accountability, like this the next coalition? Ili sasa tusikuje hapa tena 2029, 2030 to start talking of the same stories. Oh, this one not do it. Do you think what is happening now is actually something which is very good, because it will now make us to build a watertight machine which can actually win an election in a laser sharp accuracy? Do you think we are at that level? Based na zile vitu zimetendeka, including hata kuweka carpet pale ya red, ile carpet yetu tuliweka ya red, tukaambiwa tung'oe. Do you think now all those events can now build for us a momentum to produce a president? Including even what Junet is, we are being told about akina Junet, our agents were not paid, ama pesa ilipotea. Go ahead.
Let's get the right language here. Pesa haikupotea, pesa iliibiwa na Junet. It's always good to use proper language. And then pesa iliibiwa because there was no proper financial management and there was no team to manage campaign Azimio. Okay, so number one, the challenge hao watu watakuwa nayo ni to make sure that whatever it will be called, kama ni united whatever opposition is, they will have to agree that kuna campaign management team ambayo itakuwa ni kama bank. Watakubali, it will no longer be personal. Usiseme ati mimi ndio nimeleta pesa mingi, waende wakubaliane openly. Sasa we are running for this thing. Budget yetu ni hivi. Wewe umeleta nini? Mimi naleta bilioni 1. Unaitoa inaenda kwa hiyo campaign kiti. Okay? Na inawekewa ma financial managers na strategy na vile pesa itatumika. Isikuwe ni Stone PK ndiye ana control ama bibi yake, kwa sababu hiyo pesa itolewe ni ya hiyo kazi. Tukishinda
Isikuwe kama ni pesa ya kikundi, pesa ya wamama.
Yeah, exactly. Isikuwe ni ya kisiri, because I'm saying this because I've been in it. I know that's how it has been. Unaona last minute tuko mahali fulani tunaanza kusema Njiru hapa hakuna hii, unatumia 200,000. Mara unasikia hapana, Njiru alituma tuambia Stone PK. Inakuwa ni ujinga mtupu. So there has to be a proper team, hata wakitaka kuifanya iwe legal, you know, like the way, I think in the US that's what they do. Okay, inajua hiyo team ndio inatangaza, we have this budget, we have this amount of money, and this is how we are spending.
You are thinking that we conventionalize it to the extent that kama hata ni agent, kama hata ni kuwalipa tuwalipie kwa bank, pesa tunaweza, we can give like a financial institution to manage it. Is that what you mean?
No, I don't want, no, not financial institution. A committee to do that. It's not a financial institution. It's a committee to do that. Committee to
and how,
because
how the committee will not divert the money again.
No, once you see, I mean, I did it. You know, you pay agents on the day of elections. It is a very, it's complicated, but unasikia the issue si kukosa ni kuiba pesa waliiba. It's not about payment. It's very easy. It's very easy. So it is a committee that is going to run and do that. Okay? Now, wana asubuhi is when people are given their money, and then they all coordinate with whoever is coordinating. That's how it's done. Asubuhi by saa 5 kila mtu ako na pesa, because that is the most sensitive. Kila agent ule hajapata pesa anasema hajapata, and then it is decentralized, constituency level. Okay, constituency level, and it's not the candidate that is controlling this money.
Question in terms of
yes,
like what happened in Azimio in 2022, as we try to also draw lessons of what we need to do in our new coalition. Did the Azimio agents come out and say that hawakulipwa? Is also a question like we need to understand, like those people who managed our election in 2022, have they come out and wakasema hawakulipwa? It's something I want to know, because it would really be very unfortunate that they handled an election of that magnitude. They made sure that we got those votes we got, and they were not paid. Has it been confirmed people are not paid?
it's obvious. It was confirmed. Same time. Same. Kwani wewe unafikiria Junet aliambiwa amepotea pesa a week later? It's the same day by saa 6 saa 7. It was who and cry. It was all over. All over. For a riot.
They wasted their whole day guarding vote for us. Is that what you mean?
Yes. No, they abandoned. By saa 8 saa 9 kama hujanitumia pesa I go. Wengine they were not actually bought. They defected to where they will be paid. That is what happened. It's that very sad affair. Yeah. You become unarudi kule kama huyu mtu anilipi, you una shift base. That's what they did. So they ended up being for UDA and all that.
So are we drawing lessons from that? Are we drawing lessons for that in the next election?
Obviously, yeah. If you want to win, you must draw lessons. You must draw lessons. If you want to win, do it. But if you want to fail, then you unakaa status quo. Alafu unafanya kazi ile inaitwa wawera wangu ne. Wawera wangu ne. You have, remember, Manyara alisema you have your election to win or lose. Okay? So Raila had elections to win, but what there is a phrase he says very, very well. Okay? That Ruto did not win. It is Raila who lost his elections when it was all for his. Okay? So it's up to you. You still want to have your wife running around. Hata akiwa kwa ma situation mbaya unataka bado aongee na agents, then what do you expect? Alafu unarudi na involve watu kama akina Junet waizi. There's a lot, immediately, and that for me, even issues are which candidate is gonna contest as Azimio. I think financial issue is key. Financial issue is key, and I'm happy that opposition now doesn't have shortage of money, but it will not be only one source.
Ana anasema agents will be paid by 6 a.m. election day. Si kuwalipa mapema hivyo, si wanaweza lipa alafu na wakuja waongezewe na your opponent na waende tu.
It's okay because you know what happens with the agents. Again, it's gambling. Ni kama vile una employ mtu. Okay? Una employ a house help kwako. Ujui kama ni mbaya ama ni mzuri. But you interview her, you mentor her, you discuss, you tell her what you expect. When you recruit agents, and that's why people do it earlier. You recruit, you go, and this is the mistake that Azimio did. You should start with your loyal candidates. You have candidates from the ward level. Huyu candidate hawezi kupatia mtu agent ambaye ataweza kumsimamia kura apite. You don't send agents from Karachuonyo to Mbere. No, it is Stone PK amesimama. Stone PK anataka kura zake zisimamiwe. So yeye ukimwambia atoe agent mmoja wawili wa kusimamia kura za MP na president na wa kusimamia kura zake za MCA, he will give you 3 credible people and you trust Stone PK, trust your candidate. Ulimpa ticket, zero. You don't come to my ward to start controlling you. When I tell you my word, and this is where now they should let loose. That is the biggest mistake that ODM had. And ODM would never have won election had they continued that way. I even said that flat in one of the meetings in Lavington. And they almost shouted at me. I told them, if you continue doing it and mistrusting the grassroots, hakuna mahali tutaenda that time. Because if you don't trust ule mtu amesimama pale kunaitwa Siakago ward na umempa tiketi ni wa ODM, who else do you want to trust?
You have to trust people who are closer to you and the people who have. Don't you think that it would also be important you also try to identify your royalists? Enough. Kama sahi sasa hata sisi United Opposition, we should be able to start learning some of the people who have been in the movement for a long time. I do not think this one could be my agent. Because saa zingine tunakujaga ku identify my agent hiyo siku tatu hapo. And sometimes you also need loyalty. In being agent, you need somebody who cannot be. Sijui kama Stone PK you get it that way, like
that's what I'm telling you. You cannot identify loyalty. You cannot identify loyalty kama through other ways without through your candidate. How else do you do that? Utajuaje loyalty wa ODM in Mbere, not from Nairobi? How will you know? You go through your candidate.
What I was going to say is that agents should be royalist people, patriotic people, people who cannot allow the party to be shortchanged, and the people who will be able actually to stand on their own cause. People cannot be changed. I think, and to some extent, you also give priority to people who are registered to that political party. If in any case, people registered in political parties, unasema at least wale watu wako. If you are a registered member of ODM, unapewa priority ya kukuwa agent as well.
Okay. That's hiyo si approach. Ule akona interest. People who are members are not necessarily a team. The interest in wale candidates, people who want to work for ODM or for the party. And the starting point is from the candidates. That's it. And then you support and finance. You don't start talking volunteers sijui nini, mtu anashinda hapo mchana mzima hata hakuna chakula hata na maziwa hakuna. I'm telling you this from experience, Njiru.
Yeah, let's now evaluate this 500 million which Uhuru gave nationwide. If Uhuru gave 500 million for agents, is that money enough?
Of course, why not? Kwani ni yeye anapeana peke yake? Si walikuwa wanachanga watu wengine wengi? Yeye alichangia. He contributed his bit. On top of much more he had contributed. Hey, Raila had money. All those people had money. He contributed to the kitty.
So in other words, ile pesa ilipotea. Ni vile Sifuna hataki kuongea zaidi. There is a possibility kulipotea more than 500 million. Sio hiyo ya Uhuru.
He said that. He said pesa mingi ya Uhuru, pesa ya ODM. Ala, jiro ni aje? He said pesa mingi. Here aliquote tu ya Uhuru, for example. That was one bag. There is more. There's more. Na hizo vitu tulijua that same day, by the way. Pesa ya constituency. Ya nini?
That day natuka, and we started burying our head in the sand, and we couldn't.
What would you have done? What could you have done?
No, unajua at least wangetuambia tuache kungojea sana. Unajua sasa watu tulikuwa tunangojea hapa, tulikuwa tunaambiwa ngojeni, bado mambo haijaisha, mambo bado. That was the language.
You don't act naive bana. Don't act naive. Tuliambiwa hiyo siku kwamba Central nani wali take off. Wali shortchangewa, agents were this and that. We got to know that. And people are just...
I agree with you, but what I'm trying to say is that in the old election ordeal, we were being told that mambo bado tungoje. Even as the election is drifting away from us every minute. Tulikuwa tunaambiwa tu tungoje tu for almost...
Yeah, of course it was hoping that other places will produce.
Yeah, Paulo anasema agent list is provided by the member of parliament candidate. Okay, so that is the concept, eh? So Kisianga anasema ati inatokanga kwa MP list ya agent. Stone PK, is that what you understood as well? Nakupoteza. Stone PK?
Nimekupata, unanisikia sasa?
Nakusikia. Yeah, nakusikia. Is that what you had said?
No, I'm saying that what was happening is that, of course, it was like what they are saying, the agents, kuna agents pesa wajalipwa. Okay? That did not mean that people stopped voting. Unaelewa bana? Yeah? The only worry was that agents hawajalipwa. Na sasa kama agents hawajalipwa, that could be a problem. Unaona? Ni kama uambiwe watchman wako hakuja job. It doesn't mean it was broken through, kumevunjwa, hapana. So you hope. Okay, watchman hakuja ama alichelewa, una hope hakuku.
Na kupoteza Stone PK, ama ni mimi niko na shida?
No, ni mimi nimechange location.
Okay, as you change your location, wacha niweke huyu jamaa kidogo. I don't know the exact location pale amesema hii maneno. I also want you to react to this because I think Stone PK, this guy is speaking against what you have been saying. He is not on your platform. This guy is arguing that we should name our candidate in 2027, not now. John Nyoto, why United Opposition should name flag bearer in 2027? That's what he's saying. I don't know the exact place pale anasema hivyo.
Forward. So Don Sabo was asking, consolidate. As a consolidate basis, what are you doing?
Again, he cannot fall to him. Like I had given the metaphor that I had given of Asuta.
Yes.
I mean, once they have tried actually to knife you, and by God, we are collecting evidence.
Is your testimony not evidence?
No, we are saying, elections. So at the end of the day, then how do you explain that, for example, 1,300 voters voted for the president, but only 1,000 voted for the other 5. So, and you know, everybody else will have agents. If there are 3 gubernatorial candidates, they have, each one of them will have their candidates. How do you distribute? How do you balance staff for candidate A for governor? How many votes for candidate A for governor, the additional votes, the marginal votes? How many for the candidate A, candidate B? And for, you would have to do a lot. So, I mean, what we have already, especially having after 2007 election, you know, when Judge Krieger came, you know, so many reforms were done. And one of them is that the elections, you know, are concluded at the polling station. And there has to be that tallying also at the polling station, because the presiding officer in a polling station cannot give, you know, like I've explained, cannot return a higher vote for the presidential election and lower for the other election.
Although stuffing tech is not the only method of electoral malpractice or whatever you want to call it, right? There's many more. And I would love to know the United Opposition's, you know, strategy for 2026 and the agenda, and how to you know, streamline and safeguard elections. But the 2026 agenda is now what's being talked about quite a bit. And because of time, I want us to go into President Ruto speaking about it, and then now to hear from the United Opposition. Okay. Let's hear from President Ruto speaking on 2026.
2026 will be a watershed year in the story of our republic, a turning point in our march from promise to prosperity. A year that future generations will look back on and say, that is when Kenya no longer a marginal issue.
Well, allow me to first say that, you know, there's a difference between an agenda and, you know, and rhetoric. When you hear President Ruto say that we will arrest drug abuse, Rigathi Gachagua, as late as yesterday, because I was with him in church, challenged him. You know, you don't preach water and drink wine. Rigathi Gachagua challenged him. And he told him, you have 2 cabinet secretaries in your cabinet who have been accused of being drug barons. He did not mention names, and so I don't want to mention names. I think I would have wanted to hear President Ruto react to that. He was actually even told where those 2 cabinet secretaries come from. I think that is the first thing that he should address, because you cannot tell us that you want to arrest a drug, drug abuse, while you associated, you have actually people in the highest organ, I would say, of governance, as a cabinet, and there are 2 people accused of being drug barons. And I don't want to mention...
Approved by Parliament, though.
Yes, approved by Parliament. The Parliament that is compromised. Remember, I had told you that. Nothing will come to Parliament and brought by William Ruto and not, of course, pass.
If I go through... do we have records, actually, of how people vote on CS appointments? So that you can see if there's people in the United Opposition who approved some of these appointments.
Yes, there could be some of them. I mean, depending on which side they support. But whatever happens, whoever voted, of course, must have been compromised about that. Well, this has become just a formality. Number 2, when he says that this is the year that we are going to change from promise to prosperity, I mean, Janet, Mario, where is the time? Where is the money? Where is the hygiene? I like that word hygiene, because the money, if at all, will only be gotten when now, because if we get some money, it's because we'll have thrown the word hygiene out of the vocabulary that we know. And that's why we have to sell government assets.
But then she asked, so he's told us that's his agenda. Then she asked, what's yours? What's the...
Yes, that's what I'm coming to. I just want our time is a challenge. So our agenda, first of all, is to build our formations. I mean, build our parties more. I mean, engage Kenyans more to get to know about the problems, and of course, because we cannot be able to solve these problems per se. Because, like I told you, even if we sponsor any legislation, of course, if it is not friendly to William Ruto's plans and and projects, of course, it would be thrown out because of the numbers and the compromise that both houses have undergone. And so we are going to build our parties. We are going to, of course, consolidate our bases. We are going to listen more to Kenyans to know what they think and to educate them. Especially, to kind of educate them to know about their civic responsibilities and their civic rights, so that as they go to the elections in 2027, God willing, that they will get into the elections as informed people who are more informed about their rights, about their civic duties, about their civic rights, and we are also going to build bridges amongst ourselves and amongst other parties perceived to be supporting William Ruto. And we are happy that ODM, quite a big chunk of it, is opposed to William Ruto. We are going to build bridges with such like-minded, leaders in ODM and other parties and other people who support William Ruto, probably because they do not understand him well. We are also going to expose William Ruto more so that people get to know the kind of person, the kind of lies he can tell without, by the way, blinking an eye, the kind of promises he can make even when he does not believe in them.
Okay, so that's a heavy agenda. Yes. That's what we have for now. Hopefully we'll hear from you down the line to just see how that agenda setting is going. That is Joe Newton, Senator, Murang'a County, talking to us about the 2026 political agenda. In the next 2 hours, we tackle the back to school headache. It's the 5th of January. Back to school is on this week. First, we'll speak to Janet Ouko, who's an education commentator, to talk about that back to school headache. Later on, we'll get the parents' perspective. It's coming up to 8 a.m. Fixing the Nation, one conversation at a time. Back in a bit.
Stop using ChatGPT like Google. That's why you're not seeing results. Instead, do this 50.
Yeah, Stony PK has just gone, and I wanted him to respond to that guy when he said that opposition should name their candidate in 2027, not this year. That is something we need to interrogate. Yeah. Wacha tuweke huyu the board tusikie. Huyu board siku hizi ako na maneno. Huyu board ako na maneno siku hizi.
Basi nataka niambie viongozi wa ODM, nimewapatia 24
are backing him against Junet Mohammed. I don't know whether he's going to survive the ODM onslaught. To the whole thing seemed to have been hijacked. And in this podcast, I want to demonstrate to you what exactly is happening with this Junet Sifuna fiasco. And I would want you to take some time and watch this podcast to the end, because I've tried to separate the noise from the real thing. And in this podcast, as I say, we normally don't shout. We make sure we remain within the factual space. Kindly subscribe to our channel, click the notification bell, and like our videos. And thank you very much for supporting this podcast. I will show you how a night meeting between Oburu Odinga and Mama Ida and a section of Odinga family are changing the fortunes of Edwin Sifuna. When Sifuna defended Uhuru Kenyatta, it started like this. And allow us just to do a recap. Sifuna and Orengo and Pickett and Orengo were accusing Wanga and Junet and Badi of selling the party to William Ruto. And they even spoke of a meeting in Kilgoris. In response, Junet Mohammed and Wanga and Badi came up with a counter that Sifuna is selling the party to Uhuru Kenyatta. Now, the project of selling the party to Uhuru Kenyatta, they did not call the names of James Orengo. They only said Sifuna. Okay? Why? Because he was the target. And in that continued onslaught against former President Uhuru Kenyatta, Junet then emerged attacking Uhuru as the man destroying ODM. And that is where the Uhuru apology came. And in the Uhuru apology, Sifuna called the other team a bunch of washenzi. Now, that is what had been happening in the first place. And Sifuna was defending Uhuru Kenyatta against attacks against Junet. Now, it exploded when then Sifuna alleged clearly that Junet are among the people that bungled Raila campaigns. And Junet should not blame it that Uhuru Kenyatta never supported Raila. Now, that altercation was hijacked by the state players. And the state bloggers single-handedly picked Sifuna. And they crafted a narrative that Sifuna is disrespecting the party leader Oburu Odinga, and so Sifuna should be removed as the Secretary General of the party. I want us to get this step by step because it will give you the right context. So that's why I want you to get the noise. I want you to put it in the right context. Sasa hapo, and to show you that state pushed it, early this Monday, Nandi Senator Cherargei revealed that they are going to impeach, ODM is going to remove Sifuna, and when the Senate resumes, they will also remove him as the whip, the deputy whip in the Senate. These pronouncements only point to a very clear strategy here. And another person that spoke going after Sifuna was Senator Ledama Olekina, saying, if you want to leave the ODM party, go ahead. No one is stopping you. Don't wait to be kicked out, because that's exactly what will happen soon. Enough with the empty threats. This noise is getting out of hand. I don't think Ledama Olekina was solving the Junet Sifuna clash. He was simply using it to attack Sifuna. And he did not bring. And I understand that Ledama Olekina is touted to be Sifuna's replacement in ODM party. Okay. First, this shows you that Sifuna removal appeared more like a state project than a scheme to pursue party interests. It did not appear like pursuing party interests, but a project. Now, things changed. And for better part of Sunday, when Sifuna attended, Saturday when Sifuna attended the burial in Murang'a and all that, he appeared with Rigathi Gachagua. He fell for it. He went there. And the die was cast that Sifuna needs to be removed from the party because number one, he's saying one term, and number two, he's disrespecting Oburu Odinga. Now, it is understood and highly reported that a last Sunday night meeting of close Odinga family, including Mama Ida and Ruth Odinga, they cautioned against the plan to impeach Edwin Sifuna from the party. And in that night meeting, it came out clearly that Sifuna is getting, and there's something about in this, when I was getting the backing of some party stalwarts. And on Monday, 3 things happened. Number one, this is Ruth Odinga. Her social media, her team shared a social media post that I want us to look at here. In their social media post, they're talking about what Raila said last, and this was a very intentional message.
Who's told you that ODM will not have a candidate in 2027? Who has told you? You have not passed any resolution as a party to say how we're going to go into the elections of 2027. So wherever you are, don't commit the party to some things which have not been discussed. In times like this, it is possible to be lost in competing campaigns or populism and forget that leading means making decisions that may sometimes invite booing.
His lifetime, Raila Odinga held Uhuru Kenyatta in high regard. This respect did not change even after our 2022 electoral defeat. We cannot rewrite the narrative just because Baba is no longer with us. The 2022 election is water under the bridge and should not be used to cause confusion within the ODM. We must deliver our people to the proverbial canon. ODM must embrace all progressive parties committed to this goal. We understand, and I understand from a close Odinga insider, that Mama Ida and the children are not so pleased by the characters that are dragging Uhuru Kenyatta's name, that Uhuru Kenyatta never helped Raila. I need to say this. This conversation about Uhuru, there is one argument I don't seem to get. So we all agree that Uhuru funded Raila campaigns. Then we want to say that he gave Raila all the money for the choppers and this and the branding and everything. But when it came to agents, he gave the money to wrong people who never did it. So what happened about the agents? I'm so privy to it because I think even me, I understood, I was so within the Azimio spaces, elections. If Raila lost because of agents, then it's not Uhuru Kenyatta's fault. Uhuru Kenyatta gave money, whether it was given to the brother or Junet or so, but the bottom line here is Uhuru Kenyatta gave money. And maybe us, we can make noise out here. But I believe Mama Ida and the children in close family understood what Uhuru did for Raila Odinga. Raila did not become president, not because of since a matter of agents. There was a lot at stake. There was a lot at stake. And I think William Ruto had really made strides, even on how he was going to capture power after Uhuru Kenyatta. So, interestingly, Suba North MP Millie Odhiambo, Rarieda Otiende Amolo, Tom Odege Nyatike, John Ariko Turkana South, Martin Ogindo Ndewa, Adoma Wur Nyakach, and Senator Kajwang, who made that post earlier, convened at the parliament buildings And in their straight statement, they seem to have defended Sifuna against Junet, calling for mediation. And I want you to get a snippet of their voice here.
It is testament to how much we miss the wisdom and iconic leadership of our departed leader, Right Honorable Raila Odinga, that divisive rhetoric has taken over our politics without restraint. We call upon the party's elected leadership and the wider membership to uphold the tenets of unity and camaraderie espoused by the late Raila Odinga. It is time to walk back on the rhetoric and come together to build a strong party ahead of next year's general elections. Given the positions of trust bestowed on them, we urge the party officials, including Secretary General Senator Edwin Sifuna and the National Assembly Minority Leader, Honorable Junet Mohammed, to desist from public verbal slurs and return to the table for internal discussions. We encourage the party leader to call for an internal spitting session to avoid the ongoing mudfest.
Our challenges are self-inflicted. We must come as a party.
I have realized something from their statement. The whole minute is, the press statement took 12 minutes. So, but I've watched all of it. You can look for it. I watched all the 12 minutes in it. One, the narrative that Sifuna disrespects Oburu Odinga did not feature in that statement. Why? That narrative, and well, what ODM was here, that narrative of Sifuna anadharau Oburu Odinga is being propagated by the state, by Kenya Kwanza, because they are looking for how can they set up, and you know Oburu Odinga is Raila's brother. I'm telling you, the next thing they will say, Sifuna, I may disrespect Winnie or Mama Ida. Why? The whole narrative is to set up Sifuna against the ODM constituency, so that ODM base. Ndio maana unaona kina Matakwe hiyo clip nimekupigia, nimekupea tukianza, kina Matakwe can say all that. That is, they want to create some anger, some rage, some hate. Why? Because of that. Now, that statement did not feature it. Number two, those who are pushing for Sifuna removal are simply because of one-term position, and then they want two-term because that makes them continue eating, and them Ruto, they want to make Ruto, they want to continue eating. And number two, they want to pamper Ruto so that the more they endear themselves to Ruto, they can manipulate Ruto and ask him to shield them from internal competition. Because anajua, tusipo support Ruto, Ruto ata-sponsor UDA candidates, and that's what they don't want. Let me tell you, even the Mombasa governor of Ahmed Nasir, anaogopa the UDA candidate for governor there. That's why he will say anything to have Oburu Odinga and Ruto at the same corner. Otiende mentioned something very interesting about the electoral violence.
We are deeply concerned with the emerging and escalating national rhetoric, degenerating into violence and intolerance, as was recently witnessed in Murang'a, where the Lamu County Women Representative, Honorable Muthoni Marubu, was physically attacked for expressing our opinion on the 2027 presidential contest. We have also been informed of an incident where Kileleshwa MCA Robert Alai is alleged to have attacked and threatened to shoot Embakasi East MP, Honorable Babu Owino, due to different political views. These incidents follow hot on the heels of the violence that was witnessed in the recent by-elections, especially in Kasipul constituency, where unfortunately 2 people were killed. Unless urgent action is taken to stem this emerging and unfortunate incident, 2027 will be rocked by untold violence that is likely to undermine free and fair elections.
Yeah. This is them, and they addressed themselves, and in a very clear point, they called out Sifuna. They called out Alai indirectly. Now, I just want to show you that the plan to remove Sifuna was there. And we understand that Kenya Kwanza was even ready to offer the machinery to kick out Sifuna from the party. They are running the narrative, campaigns to set up Sifuna. In fact, I can advise Sifuna. I've seen Mombasa Governor Ahmed Nasir wrote a letter to the ODM party leader to convene an emergency meeting of the Central Management Committee to discuss the plans of removing those who are dividing the party, those who are scattering the party. That is supposed to happen this week. I've seen another letter from Migori Senator Eddie Oketch that has written ODM seeking the removal of Edwin Sifuna over alleged misconduct, breach of party rules, and disclosure of confidential campaign funding details. And I really, sometimes I'm disappointed I'm disappointed with a leader in the caliber of Eddie Oketch to vouch for removal of Edwin Sifuna. Eddie Oketch sits next to Sifuna. Yes, in the Senate, sits next to Sifuna. I'm disappointed. I expected this from some quack somewhere, but not someone like Eddie Oketch. Come on. That is above him. And I can say this. Sifuna removal, from when I explained, I told you, kama ni kusema who is selling the party who, hiyo Sifuna, Osotsi na Orengo walisema. Okay? Mbona, Sifuna is the Secretary General. And then there is Osotsi who is the Deputy Party Leader. Why are they not talking of Osotsi? What Sifuna said is what Orengo has been saying. Why are they selectively picking him and not talking about Kino Osotsi and Orengo?
Ya kwamba yale ambao Osotsi na Sifuna wamesema, ODM is not for sale. Najua kuna watu wanataka kuuza chama cha ODM. I can produce even the evidence that there are some people who are trying to sell this great party called ODM. They want a hostile takeover. They are making a sweetheart deal over the biggest party in the Republic of Kenya. Na hiyo hatuwezi kukubali. Hatuwezi kukubali. Na yale ambao wanasema ya kwamba baba aliwawacha kwa serikali, nyinyi mliwachwa kwa serikali lakini wananchi waliwachwa kwa boma zao. Ama nyinyi mko kwa serikali? Wangapi wako kwa serikali hapa nione? Wangapi wako kwa boma yao nione hapa? Hii mambo ya kuwa kwa serikali, hata wakati wa Kenyatta watu walikuwa kwa serikali. Wajaluo walikuwa huko, Waluhya walikuwa huko. Ile serikali ambayo najua tulikuwa ndani yake kisheria na kikatiba ilikuwa the Grand Coalition Government, ambapo sahihi ya Raila ilikuwa nafanya kazi kama kiongozi ya chama. Ili kuwa waziri lazima Raila angeweka sahihi ama alikuwa anaweka sahihi. Lakini broad based hatuna mamlaka ndani ya broad based. Hatuna nguvu. Wale watu wako kwa broad based wako huko kupitia Rais Ruto. Saa yote akipenda kwa toa nje anaanza kufanya hivyo mara moja. So broad based is not a constitutional and legal entity. It is not. Watu wasidanganywe. Broad based is not a constitutional and legal entity. Is an arrangement, ukarabati. Na katika hiyo ukarabati, mtu ambaye aliomba usaidizi sisi wananchi. Ruto ndiye aliomba usaidizi.
I can say this. If the ODM calls a meeting, public meeting, he must avoid. He should not go. Yes, he should not go because it's going to be set up for anything. He must avoid the ODM has been set up and the anger team and the men in black are standby, looking, baying for his blood. So he should not go to any public meeting with ODM, even these closed meetings asiende, kwa sababu is already earmarked, and there are people who think that wakitoa Sifuna sasa wamesaidia party. Too bad. But this is the red alerts on that, and I think that's why the Odinga family are not very, but they're not very comfortable na hiyo mambo ya kutusi Uhuru. That's not in their space. There's some red alerts on this Sifuna removal. Number one, what do you think the Luhya MPs are quiet? Apart from Ledama, the clique of some few MPs from Nyanza talking, why do you think the Luhya MPs are quiet? Are they comfortable with it? You got to ask that. It is the Luo ODM axis pushing for Sifuna exit. And because they selfishly want their interest, it doesn't matter even if ODM remains a Luo party. But I'm going to ask, are they sure? What are they going to achieve? Even if it remains a Luo party, what are they going to achieve? Kisumu, Siaya, Migori, and Homa Bay, with the turnout of Raila not in ballot, I'm not seeing them giving Ruto more than 1.3 million votes. 1.2. I'm not seeing them giving Ruto 1.2 million, even if they turn up. I don't know what they're going to achieve. I don't know that they'll get 3 cabinet slots with 1.2 million. Maybe they may not overthink. The fact that the state is willing to provide machinery to remove Sifuna should be a red alert that removing Sifuna, they must be very careful with it. And I say, let us not bring emotions. It is within the right of party members to disassociate with Sifuna. But it must be with substance. I've always been saying this. I've been saying, the voice of this podcast has been, even if you want to support William Ruto and Rigathi Gachagua, you must come with the substance. You don't come with, so supported Raila. If we are making those, even removing Sifuna, if you're removing Sifuna based on, Sifuna is destroying Raila's party. No, there's nothing like Raila's party. ODM is now not Raila's party. Raila is dead. The party cannot belong to the dead. The party belongs to the people. You go to ask this. Since Raila joined William Ruto's broad-based government, Sifuna kept on saying, I don't support it, I don't know it, I don't recognize it. Raila never hinted at any point to remove Sifuna because it was in his text, it was in his gesture to have all those voices on the table and reconcile them. If we are referring to how Raila used to run his politics,
Sawa, that's a very serious point. Bwana Bold is saying Raila has never hinted in removing Sifuna when he was alive. But now there are people who are hinting that Sifuna needs to go. Because I think, and Sifuna is actually, and he has said extensively, that Sifuna is speaking the same language with Otosti and Orengo. And you don't see a lot of attacks to those guys, but all the inferno has been directed to Sifuna. So, Bwana Stone PK, can you react to what Bold has said when it comes to the whole dichotomy of ODM before I now bring the other suckers in Mlima Kenya? We analyze it and we call it a day. That one will be like my last video tonight about Gathoni wa Mushomba, her altercation with Gachagua. But you can react to this.
Why do you want to call it a day mapema namna hii? Siwache to digest hizi vitu tuchinje kabisa.
No,
Anyway,
we can digest, I have no problem, but lazima nipitie kwa duka kidogo. I need to pass in a Walmart nichukue maziwa, so just know that.
Hakuna shida. Now, we tutajua hata ukifika nyumbani, we can continue. Let me say this. Kevin hapa ameanalyze vizuri. Unajua kuna vitu Bwana Njiru, there are some hidden messages. Message ya kwanza hivi, wacha nizungumze Kiswahili sanifu. Hivi vyama vya kisiasa ni vyama vya watu binafsi na ni vyombo vya biashara kisiasa, na ndipo hasa unakuta kama vyombo vya biashara kisiasa na vina wenyewe, ndiposa unakuta watu wengine wanaonekana ni kama waja. Okay? Like now, wengine wana feel endowed, more endowed than others. Sifuna ni mja just because ODM was formed by a Luo by the name Raila Amolo Odinga. As much as you would want to go just thumping, oh, you are abroad, you are Kenya, nini, hamna. The only party that had inaitangwaje metamorphosis into something semblance of a national whatever was KANU. Jiro, sijui kama unaelewa history ya KANU vizuri, na nataka ukiwa free, kwa sababu wewe sasa umekuwa mwanasiasa, uende uelewe KANU vizuri. Don't look at it in a biased manner. Just study it as one of the original parties in Kenya, KANU, all that, what formed this KAU ya Odinga and all that, and then what the transformation that came, what caused that, because it's KAU, which was Kenya African Union, then there was this KADU, there was that, and then now came ikakuwa KANU. So I am giving that example is that is the only party when I'm growing up, reflect, you would have stopped of it as a party of belonging to Kenyans. How it had acquired that, it's a story to be told. ODM, as much as they call themselves national party, it's a lie. ODM, just because you are in coast, western, and part of western, of course, because western you also had other parties, and then of course you have some in northeastern. ODM was not in eastern province. ODM was not in some parts of coast. But kujipiga malesi utaweza show at oh, it's a national nini. We only had two candidates in Embu, one candidate in Embu vying for member of parliament with ODM. Otherwise, the others, of course, were those that were with the coalition. So back to Sifuna. Sifuna ni mja. Luhyas are not considered as 100% in ODM. No. And it's only Baba that was trying to, kind of play siasa vizuri. But all is what you are seeing playing has been there even when Baba was there. Or this chama ina wenyewe. You remember the issue of the men in black na chama ina wenyewe. What was that? And I want us to replay that one, either kama si leo to replay. What did that show? Ababu na Mamba alitandikwa kama kitu ingine. Why? He's from Luhyaland. Okay, so now Sifuna unfortunately amekuja akawekwa very strongly na Raila Amolo Odinga, because Raila wanted to have Luhya people feeling and believing that they are as strong as every other Luo person in the party. That is why he did that. Akaweka Sifuna. Look, he did not put of those very, very renowned politicians. He picked a novice. What does that mean? You think it is what? It's a strategy. Unachukua kijana mdogo, atakuwa excited that he is big in a big party, is small in a big party or something like that, which he likes quoting. And he feels nice. Up to today, he feels sweet. And what does that mean? Wana wefwe Abaluya Befwe, they feel they are in it. Akina Usosi, Akina Nani, what do we call this? Oparanya. By the way, if you have ever read body chemistry of Oparanya has never been very comfortable in ODM. He has never been. There is some discomfort in that party. Vile watu wanaongeanga kwa meza, wengine wanaongea matope sana. Akina Junet. Junet hata anasaa wingi yeye ni Msomali. Yeah. So basically it is tough. Okay. There are those people who feel it is theirs and they are so myopic that they don't know immediately mtu kama Sifuna akitoka. It will be a good gesture for the Luya to bolt out. Remember, they have no shortage of parties. And remember now, there is no glory in saying you are in ODM. Hakuna glory. Hakuna glory. Let me pause there. Karibisha mwingine. But there is no glory. So they have to be careful.
Okay, so thank you very much. And then I think for that dichotomy. So if Raila Odinga believed in the Luya community, I don't know why this new front is not believing in the Luya community. So sijui ni trajectory gani wanataka kutumia. Do they want to make each chama ikuwe kidogo? I can see Jerome Maura is here with us tonight after a long time. So watu ni kama wameanzia kurudi, sijui kama wameanzia kuona tuko na matumaini ama ni nini imeanzia kuwarudisha saa hii. Anyway, Jerome Maura, you left us in 2025, we are in 2026. Where have you been? Uko umetupimia hapo. Yes, Jerome Maura. You're mute. Hebu fungua mic. Can you open your mic, Jerome Maura, na utuongeleshe? Umeamua kupimia watu vinoma sana. Umekuja na I was praying for you when I had an issue in Australia. When there was that problem which happened, I don't know, almost close to Christmas. And it got to Jerome Maura, can you speak? Ni kama ama ni mimi sisiski. But Aston, can you hear Jerome Maura?
Hapana. Unmute.
Yeah, please unmute Jerome Maura. Ni kama kwani umesahau kuingia kwa kipindi? Na umekaa kweli. Unafinya tu hapo. Just finya mic. Bwana Belfast is okay. Wacha mtu aongee vile anataka. This is freedom of speech. Jerome Maura ameenda unfortunately. Sijui ni kama ameshindwa na kujoin. Let me do my unfortunately it's much of the talks wanaongea na Kiswahili na Kikuyu, but it's very important ili tuweze kuelewa about what they're saying. So Jerome Maura, are you there? Hadi umeshindwa na kuingia kwa kipindi? Once again. Jerome Maura, are you there? Hii ni maajabu kweli. Jerome Maura leo ameshindwa kuingia. Haya, wacha tusikie hawa wakereketwa. Let me see. Kuna kidogo. I had already opened that video. Let me see if I can see it. Yeah, ni Agathoni wa Mushomba. There is a lot of salvo as well. Oh, it is in the same page. Okay, niingize. Jerome Maura ni kama uongei.
Umenisikia sasa?
Yeah. So, hata miwani utaki tuone na venye umetupimia na mwaka mwero. Ulipotea kabisa. Yes, go ahead Jerumaura, salimia watu na you can say a comment, alafu nicheze hii video ya Gathoni wa Muchomba, alafu we keep on analyzing. Please.
Njero amekuwa shy. Hii mwaka mpya nini?
Atene chance DCP tigori gathi acenjirie na ndangicenjia murugamo wake. Ithuĩ DCP tuthikagĩrĩria andũ, tutithikagĩrĩria ngui, tutithikagĩrĩria nyau. So ithuĩ tutingĩra mũndũ uthikagĩrĩria ngui kĩama-inĩ gĩtũ kĩa DCP. So nĩ atige kuga atĩ Rigiji nĩ amũringĩrĩria na confirm haha Rigiji na Gathoni matiaragia kuma rĩa Gathoni aumire magũrũ agĩthiĩ kũrĩa kũmũcambia US kũrĩa athire kuga atĩ anga ndangĩtongoria kĩama tondũ we nĩ impeached, ndangĩtongoria kĩama, ndangĩtongoria rũrĩrĩ tondũ nĩ impeached nĩguo athire kuga rĩ, na ndeto icio no ciakoretwo agĩtambia rĩ, Rigiji matiaragia handũ na Gathoni.
na akaiga atä akarungo athang'wa mehere itä-inä makĩrũgamĩra kĩama kĩu kĩa masikio kĩu marakĩona tarĩo kĩngĩmateithia makĩhera UDA. Ũguo nĩ ta kuga Muchomba nĩ acokete UDA na ugĩte nĩ aumĩte na ndagacoka kũu. Na woni waku nĩ ũrĩkũ na kũraiga ateti meheria arĩa marathiĩ gwĩka siasa na kĩama kĩa masikio?
Wambere kĩama kĩa DCP rĩ, mũtongoria wake Rigathĩ wa Gachagua na mũndũ ũkuga Rigiji tiwe party leader rĩ, nĩ arehe ũira. No for as long as arandika Facebook ti ũira arehe rĩ, ũcio nĩ mũgũrũki. Ũcio nĩ ũgũrũki. No. For as long as andika hena evidence ya produce rĩ.
No kuga no kwĩragwo
eto kuga no andika ng'enda-inĩ aiga Rigiji tiwe party leader, hena evidence ya produce ite. So njĩra ĩmwe ya kũmenya wĩna gathĩna nĩ gũbuata mũndũ ta Muchomba ũraria maũndũ ma ũgũrũki. Ũndũ wa kerĩ nĩ ndaugĩire haha last year ngiuga wa Muchomba bara yake na Rigathĩ endaga aheo gĩtĩ, Rigathĩ akĩrega tondũ tũtingĩkorwo na kĩama, party leader nĩ Mũgĩkũyũ na mũnini wake no Mũgĩkũyũ, kĩu ti kĩama tondũ sheria ĩmwe ya watho wa ciama rĩ, no nginya kĩama gĩtingĩkorwo kĩ regional, kĩama gĩtingĩkorwo gĩ tribal, no nginya kĩama gĩkorwo kĩna sura ya bũrũri, na kĩama kĩna sura ya bũrũri rĩ, party leader na deputy wake no makorwo na Gĩkũyũ gĩtharia andũ maimĩte henja ĩmwe. No nginya tũngĩa balance re thĩna wa mũndũ ũgĩtwo Gathoni na Rigiji waimira ha araga kũneo gĩtĩ kĩa deputy rĩa kiumbũrũka akiura na ũhoro ũcio nĩ ara confirm rĩrĩa etĩtwo Inooro nĩ makana maheni nĩ augire nĩ endaga gĩtĩ tiguo no wa confirm icigo icio na kanua gake kũrĩa Inooro. So it is confirmed by her own mouth nĩ gĩtiendaga no nĩ emirwo. So bara yake tondũ ĩrakiuma hau rĩ, nĩ araugire atĩ nĩ ndona andĩkĩte kaiga atĩ nĩ araringĩrĩrio nĩ Rigiji gũka DCP. Gũtirĩ mũndũ tũringĩrĩire gũka DCP, na ona andũ mangĩaga gũka DCP rĩ, tũtingĩringĩrĩria Gathoni oke DCP tondũ Gathoni rĩ ti team player, na korwo Gathoni team player mwega rĩ, angĩrĩ kũrĩa kwa UDA gatagatĩ. No angĩkorwo na UDA ndĩamũheire gatĩ kĩama-inĩ rĩ, nĩ kuonania mũndũ ũcio nĩ arĩ gathĩna gĩkamanyita. So tũtiramũringĩria gũka DCP ithuĩ tũrenda raia aingĩre na raia nĩ aingĩrĩte so far. DCP twĩna aspirant kinya gwake Gĩthũngũri rĩ, twĩna aspirant igana ana arĩa marenda gĩtĩ kĩa mũmbunge kũrĩa Gĩthũngũri twĩna mũndũ wĩtwo Njenga wa Mabati nĩ wa DCP na twarĩ nake kũrĩa mũthenya wa ira. Kwĩna mũndũ hena mũthuri Gitari kana rĩtwa rĩake twarĩ nake kanitha-inĩ ira araiga arũgama Gĩthũngũri na kĩama kĩa DCP. Twĩna mũthuri ũngĩ nake na nĩ wakiri arũgama Gĩthũngũri na kĩama kĩa DCP. Twĩna mũirĩtu ũngĩ wĩtagwo Wanjikũ arũgama na kĩama kĩa DCP o Gĩthũngũri. So far twĩna candidate na Gĩthũngũri ya DCP. Ũguo Gathoni rĩ tũrakĩmwenda wake tũmũtware kũ ithuĩ. Number 2 ithuĩ tũtikwenda mũndũ wa confusion. Gathoni rĩ ũmũthĩ akoragwo gũkũ, rũciũ akoragwo gũkũ, mũthenya ũngĩ akoragwo gũkũ, ithuĩ DCP tũtikwenda confusion. Na ndĩmwĩre thĩna bara ĩno mona Gathoni akĩrũa ng'enda-inĩ rĩ, ararũa nĩ tondũ ira nĩ tũrathire Gĩthũngũri, tũrathiũrũka Gĩthũngũri taũni, tũrathoma kũrĩa Kĩratina, tũrathiĩ kũrĩa Gĩbicoi, tũrathiĩ kũrĩa Ikino na tũramũkĩrwo wega biũ na tũrarĩria andũ Gathoni atarĩ ho, na tũratwaragwo nĩ aspirant aitũ a DCP arĩa twĩna matha gĩtĩ kĩa mbunge. Rĩu bara ya Gathoni ndaima handũ hangĩ, ũcio mwarunyo mũraigua enaguo utuko ndigweci anionete toro akiona video uria turamukirio kuria Githunguri andu makina makiri meyumiritie gutu embrace na gutuhimbiria.
I think that one can form the storyline. So, Jerome, are you there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you react to your story ya kijana Musafi saying that Gathoni wa Mushomba, sababu Gathoni wa Mushomba jana amejitokeza akasema hawezi ingia chama ya masikio and na wale ambao wako wanataka kukua chama ya masikio kwanza wajiuzuru warudi kwa raia tuone. Naye akasema atakuwa UDA mpaka 2027. Amid sasa hizi stories zingine zote tunasikia zikiongewa na watu. So there is open war between Gachagua and Gathoni wa Mushomba. Is it a war for supremacy? Is it a war for Ruto? Ama huyu mama anapigania?
Gathoni amekuwa kama ile inaitwa nini? Jege. Unajua jege? Ile inakula kwa saba hivi huko chini. Sasa anajua Kiambu yote imekataa huyu mtu. Kwa nini anaogopa? Alichaguliwa na watu. Hata akijoin si akina Medho wako tu na ligi G. Wametolewa huko. Kwa nini anaogopa? Alikuwa anaogopa kutoka kwa Ruto. Kwani Ruto alimchagua? Si ni wananchi? Anaweza tu kuwa na ligi G agoje election ikija atoke. Sasa anadada kila pahali. Senator wa Nairobi si alienda hiyo kwa hiyo mabisi. Kwani amefanywa nini? Acha na Gathoni ni pesa tu anakula. Na hiyo makofia yake anafaa. Mjiga mtu. Alikuwa anafikiria atafanya vile alifanya Jubilee. Anakaa dakika ya mwisho ati anatoka. Wapi? Atapigwa na hao wanaume wa Kiambu tu. Hao wako na pesa kwanza huo wa mabati. Huo ni lawyer. Gachagua alisema tu anataka maloya. Watu wamesoma. Haya utaona wewe. Gathoni ako kwa mataa. Amecheza mpira yake tumeingiza goal. Na DCP. Ni lazima amuke. Ona hizo mabarabara zake. Anakaa kwa hiyo serikali na huko kwa barabara zake zote zimelaluka yote. Kama malida yake hiyo. Sana Gathoni mjinga. Angesikana vile Mount Kenya inashikana awache ujinga. Chini yake angekuwa anaonyesha watu tunaenda wapi. Sasa unakaa kwa Ruto akufanya nini? Akuue watoto ama nini? Kila kitu ameharibia. Huyu Gathoni anakaa huko apate nini? Ni lazima ukue kwa serikali ndio maendeleo idele. Hiyo ni ujinga. Hata hapa tuko opposition na tunafanywa maendeleo. Waache hiyo ujinga yao. Wakati ya Moi iliisha. Hata huko wako na ujinga sana. ODM iko kwa serikali. Wao nasema tu ni ODM. Wamefanywa nini? Wanakula tu pesa ya opposition na wako tu kwa ODM. Hizo Azimio sijui nini. Gathoni yako na ujinga sana na anatakana asomeshwe. Anaona sasa Gachagua aliomba maloya watu wanakuwa na akili. Sio na wanaume wametokea. Huyo wa mabati yako na pesa na huo ni lawyer kwanza. Huo ndio tunataka. Achana na Gathoni. Na hiyo malida yake hiyo. Imelaluka. Kiambu tumesema. Hata wini hao wanaume. Hata wini. Ikiwa ni DCP waine wamesimama. Si wataorganisha wote wakipata kula wakuwe mtu mmoja. Wewe utaona. Ameambiwa mara ngapi awachane na hiyo chama ya UDA. Asikii. Alichaguliwa na watu sio Ruto. Anaweza kuwa pale ya Gachagua na akuwe tu kwa bunge. Yeye ndio mwenye sheria. Hakuna mtu atamtoa pale. Ruto ametoka Sigoi, yeye ametoka Kiambu. Asikie watu vile wanasema. Anadarada nini? Achana yeye. Hata sitaki kusikia Gathoni. Hebu uende huko Jiro uone barabara vile zimekaa. Huko ndio nimetoka. Barabara imelaluka kabisa. Gathoni na Kuria wataelefuka. Unaona vile Kuria anatukana? Unaona sasa Kuria alipoteza. Hiyo kiti ya Gathoni ilikuwa ya Kuria. Kuria hana msimamo sasa. Anaradarada tu na kunywa pombe. Amerudia pombe sasa. Na huyu Gathoni asikii. Madharau ni ya nini? Gachagua alimfanya nini? Kwa hivyo ndio walimtoa. Na hiyo ujinga yake wakiwa na huo Kimani nyingine ya huko. Achana naye. Tuone vile atafikiza na wanaume. Wanne wamesimama huko. Atafanya nini? Na ni wa chama moja. Wameblock hizo goli. Kwanza huo Moroya huyo ako pesa sana, huyo ni tajiri kabisa huyo. Anakuanga na chama ile ya nini ya Kikuyu. Wote wako pale yake akina Kongo wa Muigai. Sasa Gathoni na hiyo Msene atakoma. Hawezi kama vile wanaongea, hawezi kuwa ati Gachagua ndio deputy leader, ati naye akuwe ndio mwenye leader ile chama ya DCP, ati naye akuwe deputy. Hiyo inaonekana ukabila hiyo wanatweet. Anakuja kuharibia nini? Hiyo ni national party. Na anakuwa leader ya nani? Yakuwe leader ya kwake. Deputy ya nani? Hapana. Malala ni sawa akuwe pale. Na ile jesa ingekubali Gachagua afanye hivyo. Ati akuwe ndio leader ya hiyo party, alafu mdogo deputy yake ni wa Mount Kenya. Angekubaliwa. Achana na Gathoni. Anajifanya anasoma, aende huko kwa media, aende kwa Kameme. Jinga hii. Aende kwa Kameme. Hii ni parliament, sio Kameme. Akumbuke hivyo. Awache ujinga. Kwa hivyo anacheka wakati watu wanaumizwa hapo. Anaona vile watu wameumizwa na lobby nini, biashara zote zimeharibika. Hakuna mashule, hakuna daktari, hakuna nini. Kenya ni kama Somalia sasa.
Jeromora, mimi kuna kitu inanichanganya kidogo, and then you see at what time will Matiang'i start distancing himself with people like Gathoni wa Muchomba, because like it looks like some entanglements are not good. Would you advise Bwana Matiang'i to continue entangling himself with Gathoni wa Muchomba, who seems to become a worse commodity for the community, including like somebody who could even be a Ruto agent, as some people are suggesting here? So yes, we would like Matiang'i to operate with us, but is Matiang'i still operating with Gathoni? Because sasa inakaa sasa ni kama like we don't want to criminalize association, but how is that association now? Kama sasa mambo
Remember Matiang'i yako Jubilee, okay? Na wote wapo kwa chama moja Mount Kenya yote. Wako pamoja. Gathoni akifikiria tena Jubilee ni sawa, lakini ajue ni opposition, sio Ruto. Na Matiang'i anaongea kweli, Matiang'i ni sawa, ako kwa Jubilee lakini wako kwa opposition. Watu wasikuje kuwekelea maneno hapa. Watu waliongea kitabu, wakasema wewe enda na njia zako, tukutane kwa meza. Kama vile wewe Jiro ulikuwa mdogo, mnachukua ubwa mnaenda kuchezi nini? Dia. Wao unaenda na ubwa yako na wao wanaenda kia hiyo mtakutana kwa meza. Ndivyo wanafanya. Matiang'i yako tu kwa opposition. Sasa Gathoni akitaka kurudi kwa Jubilee ni sawa. Lakini ako na ujinga sana. Watu wanajipisia watu. Dakika ya mwisho wanaruka. Hiyo mlango itafunga. Unaona? Wakae na hiyo kasongo yao. Gathoni hata ajui anafanya nini. Alifanya madharau, alitolewa ile chairman alikuwa. Watu wanapembeleza Ruto. Kwani Ruto aliwasagua? Watu hata wajui sheria. Sheria zao wajui. Ona Medho na Karogo na MP wengi sana wako tu na Gachagua na wako tu UDA, wanagoja saa ifike watoke. Nani anawaua? Ati Sauli amepewa hiyo chairman nini, amepewa hiyo ya kuangalia chai ya bunge, anapata tu pesa kidogo. Hapa ndio pesa ya huko inapotelea. Ni lazima ukuwe chairman ya hii na umesagua MP na unapewa pesa. Hapo ndio pesa wanalilia tumbo zao. Sasa alikuwa ni yeye, amekuwa ni yeye anaangalia chai yote na mandasi na kuliwa kwa bunge parliament, na hataki kutoka pale kwa hiyo pesa, na ako na mshahara. Hizo ndizo pesa wanagawana, wananyima shule, hospitali, kila pale. Ni kitu kidogo inafanya Gathoni akuwe mjinga. Kitu kidogo. Ikiwa nyoto wao walitolewa kwa meeting kubwa kubwa na wajali, si wako na mshahara. Hiyo pesa kidogo kidogo Ruto ame introduce kwa bunge na alisema atatoa hizo pesa yote wanaharibu. Sasa hakuna pesa ya uni, hakuna pesa ya daktari, hospitali hakuna dawa. Hakuna kitu wasa jenga, ni ujinga tu. Wezi hasra waliambia watu. Napi. Sauli ni tumbo yake anajenga na hiyo pesa anapewa kidogo ya chini chini hiyo wanapewa ati anaenda mkutano anafanya nini? Ujinga hii. Ana hesabu mandazi ile watakula parliament. Hiyo ndio inamweka wazimu. Nyoto ule senator wa Murang'a alikuwa chairman ya meeting ya education, alitolewa na hiyo pesa mingi sana. Ati Sauli asimami na Ruto, lakini Ruto hawezi kumtoa kwa hiyo nini senator, sio yeye alimsagua. Achana wakule hiyo pesa, lakini ile serikali itaingia. Hakuna hiyo tu ati unakuja hii meeting unalipwa. Hakuna watapata tena. Hapa ndio wameharibu dunia yote, imekuwa kama Somali. Waende Somali huko, Somali wakaibe pesa ya Amerika. Waende wanajua tu watu wote wanaiba. Si ndio member of parliament. Watu wote wameiba hiyo pesa Amerika, wanakuja kujenga huko. Wanafanya nini? Ndio serikali. Bunge sarakasi. Ona vile hii nchi yetu tumepewa jina baya. Ati pesa wanaiba pesa wa state wanaleta Kenya. Sauli MP wamelala wote. Wajinga wa watu. Wangeuliza kwa bunge, waulize hawa Somali wanajenga hii manyumba wanatoa pesa wapi? Wako na nguvu. Ndio serikali wanafanya law. Sauli ni waizi, wote ni waizi, wakora. Tuwatoe wote. Mimi nimetoka. Mwingine aingie. Sitaki kuongea maneno ya Gathoni, ananikula kichwa kama pombe ya Mulatini. Mjinga, mwanamke mjinga kabisa. Kwanza msirudishe hawa wanawake wote. Tumeona hawa ni wajinga kabisa, wanakaliwa na Ruto. Hawezi kuongea, hawezi kusema nini. Gaseli tu ndio anapigana na hii na Wakenya. Sauli ni lawyer, ako na akili. Lakini hawa mabunge wengine wanakaa tu ni kunona tu, wanakula kwa bunge. Wajinga, wanawake. Hiyo stone sikuwa.
Kumbe studio iliachwa na huyu moderator. Wow. Njeru, nimekusikia unamkashifu mama county, anaitwa mama nani? Mama wa Mchomba.
Hapana, sio mama Kauti, huyo ni MP. Mama Kauti ni ule mwingine mnono, anakula chakula yote ya Kenya mzima, amenona kama elephant.
Anaitwa Mushara, anaitwa Murada.
Sinaona ni kama elephant.
Sasa si hata nani ni wa county tu, si anasema yeye ndio queen wa Kikuyu, so hata yeye anasema ni mkubwa. I hope Central, watu wa Central they are learning, lakini naona bado hamjasoma watu ya Central, bado mko darasani, na sijui mtasoma siasa tangu lini, kwa sababu hata si siasa, uongozi Kikuyu umemshinda. Sasa afadhali wangoje waonyeshwe. Tutapata watu huko majensi ambao wataonyesha Wakikuyu uongozi inaendanga namna gani. Wakikuyu hawezi kuwa na uongozi over 30 years na bado wana practice mambo ingine very funny. Very funny. Mtu kama Mchomba kusimama kuongea mambo ya ajabu, na ni mtu ambaye anatakiwa awe experience na uongozi. Hiyo unaita ujinga? Ni kweli ni ujinga tu, kwa sababu sasa wewe unajiita kiongozi, unasahau kiongozi is not a simple name. Na ndio unaona nasikia ukisema sijui nani wa mabati ana pesa. That is the problem with the Kikuyu leadership.
Hapana, wacha ni kwa nini nilisema hivyo? Huyu ni lawyer.
Umesema ni lawyer, ana pesa. Yes.
Ana pesa ya kufanya campaign peke yake kuliko huyo Gathoni.
Gathoni has money as well. Hata Gathoni ana pesa ya campaign.
Yes, we know that, lakini ule mwanaume ako na high class, ni lawyer, anajua law, anajua anafanya nini parliament, na anajua law. Gathoni ako na law kweli?
Ajui juu hajawahi chaguliwa na ni Njeru. Ndio nakwambia nisikize nikueleze makosa ya watu wa Central. Ile mmefanya 34 years, mmeshindwa kushikilia uongozi vizuri. Because that's why you have wewe leo sijui ni Sigomada sijui ni amwangaliangi quality ya viongozi. Tunakuwa na takataka Central leaders wengi ni takataka. Out of over 70%. Ngoja nimalize ndio ongee. Let me finish ndio tuwe na subject ya kuongea. Central we produce very useless leaders. Useless mpaka unaenda unafanya community inakuwa inaanza kuchukiwa na Kenya ingine. It is because of leaders. Kiongozi unasimama unaanza kuongea mambo ya ushenzi tu, unasahau Kenya ni kubwa, na unasema umesoma. Na imeanza tangu Kenyatta, tangu 19 tupate uhuru. We have a problem. Wa Matagi, wa Muthede, wa Munini. Yani we don't look at quality. Huyu mtu ni kiongozi, hata pali alikuwa anaongoza clinic, aliongoza aje? Acha hena pesa. We look money first. Ruto kwani alichaguliwa kwa nini? Pesa. So tunaanguka tu. We fail. The only time we got it right was siku za JM, ambaye huyu alichaguliwa kwa Nyandarua because of the way he was helping communities na a few others. Lakini majority ukiangalia tu pole, any leader that has performed well in Central hakuchaguliwa kwa sababu ana pesa. Alichaguliwa na watu wake kwa sababu kumjua huyu hata kama ana pesa kuna njia nyingine amesaidia watu ama ana roho fulani ambayo ni ya utu. Sasa hiyo ambayo ndio imekuwa shida kwa mimi. Ndio hivi Gachagua alikuja kutudanganya, akatuambia ati amedanganywa na Biblia, amekoniwa na mwizi muuaji. How do you explain to people that? So what I'm trying to say Njero is sasa hivi ndio time ya change. Tupate watu wale ukweli ni uongozi. Na unaona mtu kama huyu anaitwa Kijana Msafi kusimama kwa meza na kuanza kutukana na kukashifu. This is not the politics that they should be practicing now. Mtu ikiwa amefanya makosa, simumuite kule kwa committee, mwambie ni nini na nini na nini na nini. Because hao Wakikuyu wenyewe ndio wanasemanga sijui inapigangwa ikirudishwa nyumbani. Sasa unaanza kugombana kama vile ODM wanagombana na Kenya inawaangalia. Hiyo ni uongozi? That is not leadership. That is not leadership at all. Now, hawataki kusikia. Gachagua saa hii ameanza kuongea akiwa ameweka sauti chini, anaongelesha watu vizuri, because that is what a leader is supposed to do. So akina kijana Musavi hawa ni wanyamaze, watu waache kuongea mambo ambayo inaudhi, you know, na kuenda kuita press conference. Unaita press conference, unaongea na vernacular na una address mambo ya national, ama sijui kama hii press conference ilikuwa tu ya Wakikuyu peke yake, you know. They should start portraying themselves as Kenyan leaders. Yeah, they are wanauza Gachagua not as a Mlima leader, as a national leader. Atakaa kwa meza ile inatafuta kiongozi wa nchi inayoitwa Kenya, you know. So na waache kusema fulani sijui huyu ni lawyer, huyu ni nini. By the way, there are lawyers that are useless. Okay,
wacha niseme kitu kidogo. Huyu Musafi, huyu kijana Musafi, unaona, usimdharau. Unaona Maina Jenga tangu nini sasa amewacha kuwataki Gachagua? Ni huyu kijana alifanya hiyo kazi, unaona. Huyu ndio amewasikizana sasa. Na sasa vile alisema juzi, wakienda madhisi ya hii Maina Jenga baba yake, ile kironda tulifisha tukachiba ikaisha ya Maina behavior. Gathoni akaenda huko, watu wote, chama zote zilikuwa pale. Maina alisema everybody welcome. Gathoni akaenda pale kuchiba ile tena. Maneno ya jana Kenya mnaongea nini? Jana iliisha. Gathoni hebu sikia hiyo mkutano ni mabisi. Akaenda akachiba tena. Na Maina alisema anataka mlima, hakuna kugaa mlima. Na akisema hivyo ni kweli, lakini tumfuate akiwa na Ruto tutaenda huko. Lakini Gathoni anarudisha tu ile kironda. Sauli ni duty. Gathoni ajui anafanya nini. Unajua haina. Unaona haina. Gathoni ni haina. Ona huyu Kiambu tujai kuwa na gavana kama wa Matangi. Na kuambia hivi. Ile kazi huu mtu amefanya. Gathoni aoni ni wivu. Kikuyu wako na wivu sana. Unaona. Sasa huyu gavana ako na MCA wote wanaona anafanya kazi. Atsukui pesa ya wananchi, anawasaidia. Mataa ameweka. Gathoni barabara zake zimekwama. Mtu unaona amempinga sasa, anaanza kusimama pale. Ameenda ameweka mawe kwa hiyo barabara na pesa zake. Hiyo barabara iko inapitika. Na Gathoni ndio MP. Kazi yake ni tu malida tu, ukibisana na Ruto usiku. Unaona? Na Kimani Isungu. Kuko na wanaume Kiambu wanaweza kusimama na wasaidie wananchi. Na wanaona vile wa Matangi amefanya. Sasa Gathoni ajui amesimamia wapi? Ni haina. Unajua haina? Huyu ni Gathoni. Ni kama Moses Kuria. Ona vile Moses Kuria alikuwa ameheshimiwa huko. Sasa ni takataka na hiyo pombe yake. Unaona? Sasa huyu kijana unamuona ndio amekomesa hiyo mungiki hiyo. Ilikuwa inapiga Gachagua kila siku. Huyu ndio ameleta hii usikizano. Unaona? Kwa hivyo anajua vile anaongea. Sauli huyo hata asimami. Yeye ni wagema. Na youth.
Ni proxy.
Anaongelesha youth.
Nani Jeromora huyu jamaa ni proxy wa Gachagua. Huyu akiongea ujue ni Gachagua anaongea. Proxy. Huyu
lakini ni wagema. Unajua anakuwa chama ile ya wagema. Unajua wagema ni nini? Anakuwa huko. Anafundisha youth tukua kwa wagema. Wagema ni nini? Alafu anaorganiza youth wanamfuata. Anawaeleza sheria. Amesoma. Sauli watu wengi Kenya mnajua wajui sheria ni nini? Wajui hata katiba. Huwa anawafundisha youth. Na kwa wagema. Na ndio anaona Gathoni ameenda under control. Ana msimamo Gathoni. Anakuwa kama Alice. Si unaona anatembeanga peke yake kama mchawi. Si ni wa kwetu. Sasa watu wakianza kumpoint ni lazima hata saa zingine asikie watu. Asikie watu. Hata hiyo kahawa akipigania watu watatolea wapi? Hakuna barabara huko kwake. matope. Ukiona madisi ile ya Betty akisikwa, muone hiyo barabara watu walikuwa wanapitia. Kuko na barabara kweli? Hiyo ndio watu wanaangalia. Ukiangalia hiyo madisi ya Betty wakienda huko, hakuna barabara, na ni kwa Gathoni huyu. Sasa akikuwa kwa Ruto ana faida ya nini? Huyu mtu wanaume waine wako na kwa DCP watampinga huyu. Sauli wameanza kuonyesha wananchi hii mawe tutanunua, tutajenga hii barabara. Wakiwa wataki kufanya kwa parliament, wacha tufanye. Wameanza kufanya hiyo kazi peke yao. Na tunaangalia watu wanajali wananchi. Hiyo kahawa wanasema nyenye tuko na kahawa, hakuna barabara. Wamatangi anajaribu kila kitu, mataa imewekwa huko, hakuna wizi. Na ni sora. Sasa wanataka Wamatangi afanye nini? Amesukumana na hii tabu iko huko Kenya. Sasa ukipewa nguruwe kama moja inaleta watoto 10, sio ni biashara yako? Kwani watu wa chini, hiyo ndio hasara, unaamusa muhasara huyu. Sasa kuko watu walisagua na Ruto na wakachukua plan ya kusaidia mwananchi. Lakini wengine tu wanaradaraza, wanajali pesa zao. Unaona akina huyu Nyoto huyo wa senator wa Murang'a alipoteza share kubwa sana. Ajali hiyo pesa extra, anajali mshahara yake. Na ndio kuna takana usijali hii mnapewa hii ati you go a meeting unalipwa. Unalipwa nini? Hiyo ni pesa ya wajibu. Kwa hivyo Gathoni tumemwangalia na asikii, wacha sasa atafundishwa na dunia. Hiyo ujinga yake. Hata akiwa kwa Matiang'i ni sawa, Matiang'i ya opposition, ako kwa Jubilee, tupigi Jubilee. Sauli Uhuru akija sasa abie Mount Kenya tuangalie hii, watasikia saa hizi Mount Kenya imeshika adabu.
Yeah, I'm staying because the other factor coming. Yeah, and also his new staff. You don't know him. You've not met him. Actually, he's supposed to have come during the day. Then we introduced. Yeah, he didn't come Sunday either. Yeah, I don't know who. I just got a message yesterday. I don't know. I'm just worried about Maggie personally because I tried to talk to her today. She didn't pick. Because when I saw that car, it was nothing. I would have actually quit my job. I was driving to smell. In my organization, you don't. They tell you remain where you are. You don't have to drive because it's terrible. And especially at that hour, because the snow is not yet cleared by the trucks. The salt is not on the ground. So I don't know why she was driving in the first place. Yeah. I know she was trying to.
CPK, Mlima Kenya wapigani, Gathoni ndio wako na ujinga. Tulisikia vile waliongea opposition na tukasikia na tumenyamaza. Acheni Gathoni aladalale peke yake vile anafanya. Lakini ataocho peke yake, agae Kiambu peke yake, apeleke Sigoi. Lakini Kiambu ni Mount Kenya. Watapeleka Mama Ngina wapi? Sigoi. Hakuna Kiambu inagawio, hakuna Mount Kenya itakuwa hapo. Na wamesikia Maina amesema hivi. Wamesikia Maina amesema Mount Kenya ni full Mount Kenya. Wajaribu kidogo waone. CPK si muendelee ama mimi niende zangu sasa. Jiro, muenda wapi?
Studio imewachwa hivyo. Njero, are you still there?
We're
Njero.
waiting you.
Ala, si Njiru alienda wapi? Okay, mimi nilikuwa nangoja Njiru aongee lakini haongei. Anyway, Njero, hebu nikuuliza, umesema kuhusu huyu anaitwa Maina Njenga. Maina Njenga ati alisema mlima ni moja, sijui ifanye nini. Who is Maina Njenga ili mlima? Anakuanga yeye ni nini? Watu wa Central wanamuitanga nini?
Tumuiti kitu, lakini vile tunatafuta ni peace. Si unaona vile alikuwa anahangaisha Gachagua? Hiyo ndio tumekoma kabisa. Akakomeshwa kabisa na akawacha hiyo maneno. Yeye ndio tu alikuwa anapiga Gachagua.
Ndio ninauliza, alikuwa anahangaisha Gachagua kama nani?
Sasa sisi ni wananchi, unaona? Akiwa huyu mtu ako na nguvu pande ya serikali, tujui anatoa hii nguvu yote, na ako na watu kama 5,000,000 ametisha huko kwa manyumba zake. Ni lazima mmoja kama wewe, wacha nikupe example. Ukiwa na bibi mnapigana hivi kidogo, unaona? Ni lazima kabla ya jua ijaenda useme sorry, hata ukiwa hujakosea useme sorry, unaona? Na maisha iendelee. Sasa tukibishana na huo mtu atakuwa tu ana attack business. Unaona? Ni tafadhali sisi wananchi sasa na chama ya Kikuyu tumuonyeshe tunakupenda. Kama wacha hii ujinga. Na sasa ametulia, unaona? Alikuwa ageharibu hiyo yote, biashara za Kikuyu iliharibiwa huko. Ni yeye alikuwa anafanya hivi. Sasa ni lazima mmoja apige makoti, aseme sorry, to move on. Tuwezi kukaa namna hii. Unaona? Usifikiri Kikuyu ati wako na roho sana vile alifanya watoto wao, lakini ni lazima mmoja atulie sasa. To move on. Sauli huyo hawezi kuserenda, huyu Maina. Hawezi. Sasa tumuonyeshe mapenzi kuja. Na aache hii ujinga ya kuataki kanisa na kuataki watu wale wengine. Unaona? Sasa hiyo tunaona kama sasa I hope election hakuna kuua wengine. Sisi ni ndugu na dada Kenya mzima, tupendane. Ule mtu tu tunasema tunajua, tujui ni nani anaingia lakini tunajua ni nani anatoka. Unaona? Lakini hawezi kutubeba kwa Ruto. Usisahau hapo. Hawezi kuambia ati Mount Kenya wamfuate. Ana na hiyo share. Yeye anasema ni chairman ya Mount Kenya whatever. Sijui ni nani alimpea hiyo. Unaona? Lakini hawezi kumwambia Mount Kenya ati wamfuate kwa Ruto wakiwa kwa Ruto. Hiyo ni ujinga yake. Lakini yeye ajue sisi tuko above him. Ni lazima atumie respect. Na akikosa hii respect atanyoroswa. Na ndio unaona sasa ametulia, na ni sawa atulie vile. Awache hiyo ujinga yake, hiyo Maina. Unafikiria tu tunampenda? Hapana. Umepata ansa sasa?
Hiyo answer ndio nakwambia, nyinyi watu wa Central ndio mnalea kondoo, mnalea mamba, mnalea njege, mnalea useless people. Because kupatia Maina power ati ana watu milioni sijui ngapi, alafu muna ati ni chairman, alafu mnamuheshimu, that is very very wrong. Afadhali mungepata mtu kama nani alikuwa anaitwa Michuki, aende a crash that kind of a nonsensical entity. Kupatia huyo mtu ati anaongea mbele ya ati ni chairman, ati sasa yeye ndiye analeta amani kwa sababu ana mungiki ama anawakora wale vijana wakora, anapatia bangi na tumbako na nini na nini. That guy should be ejected out of Kikuyu land. He's a waste, he's useless. Ana faida kabisa.
I know that.
Si nimekuacha uongee Njiru. You should learn to accept the truth. Wakikuyu, we are messing because of that nonsense. Entertaining garbage. Kuogopa mtu kwa sababu ana pesa. Kuusudu pesa. Unapewa pesa, unauza roho. Unachomewa ndani ya kanisa, unasema hakuna shida. Watoto wanachomwa, wanakuwa kidnapped, ukilipwa unasema ni sawa. Hiyo ndiyo shida ya mlima, na ndio tunataka mlima isiongoze tena Kenya kwa muda mrefu. Kenya iweze kurudi vizuri. Tunataka waongozwe sasa. Tunataka wapewe, kama ni kiti kubwa wanapewa zaidi, wapewe deputy. Waonyeshwe vile nchi inaongozwa. Wao wakora kama hao wote waende jela. That's what we want. Na msituambie godagwe gicokagio na nyumba. Mikore gudwe igitagwo. Wanyongwe wakitupwa takataka. Mtoto akiwa ni mwizi, hata kama ni wangu mimi natupa. You don't tell us that mtu ananyonga watu, anaua watu. Alafu unaanza kusema. Sasa ukiulizwa yeye ni nini katika Mount Kenya? Anafanya nini? Alafu anasema mlima ni moja. Mlima ni moja ifanye nini? Ukisikiza hiyo speech yake, it was stupid. He never said anything. Nothing. Ni raia guys za ujinga hapo. Hakuna kitu alipeana direction. He's one of the most useless Kikuyu person you have in the name of leader. Hata hiyo mazishi yake mimi ningekuwa siwezi enda. Kufanya nini? Kufanya nini huko? Upuzi tupu. Unasema mlima iko moja. Iko moja, kwani nani alisema mlima ni mbili? Na unasema iko moja inaenda wapi? He didn't tell us where mlima is going. He didn't talk about what mlima should support. Huyo ni bure sana. Nani? Those leaders should all be buried.
I know vile unasikia ndivyo tunasikia. Sauli aliua watoto wengi sana. Unaona Gachagua ndio alikuwa anamkomesa na anarudia tu. Si ndio hiyo Gathoni alienda kuweka moto pale. Sauli Gachagua alikuwa anataka huyu mtu afungwe kabisa huyu sasa. Hii chama ishe. Sasa Gachagua kapos akasema wacha niwachane na huyu mtu. Sasa nasema Mount Kenya is not above law. Tuko na law of law. Kwa nini serikali isike huyu mtu imfungue maisha na waende kwa nyumba zake waangalie watu wale watu amefisha huko? Kwa nini law wafanye hivi? Sasa Mount Kenya iko na nini? Mount Kenya nataka peace. Wana maneno. They want peace. Lakini tuko na law. Kwa nini wamusiki? Kwa nini wamusiki bwana?
Sasa atashikwaje na akona Ruto? Si akona Ruto, atashikwaje?
Si unaona sasa? Sasa Mount Kenya iko above law, iko above Ruto. Si tunyamaze tuangalie. Si tuangalie. Si unaona karibu aue watu wengi sana kwa mikutano anaenda na haribu. Hebu niambie huko Lemuru ni watu gapi wangekufa na walikuwa kwa magisi. Alafu anaingilia chachi za wenyewe. Si sasa tutulie sisi tuone vile ujaja yake iko wapi. Lakini siku moja serikali itaingia na itafunga huo mtu. Na watoto wenyewe wote amefisha huko watolewe. Mko na watoto mnatafuta hapa na Maina ako nayo. Unajua hivi? Nyanyuki nyumba imejaa. Nakuru nyumba imejaa. Keren nyumba imejaa. Na serikali wanajua. Sasa tufanye nini ndugu yangu? Hebu tuambie tufanye nini? Ukibishana na mjinga utakuwa mjinga. Anajua damu iko kwa mikono yake. Anajua hivyo. Lakini Kikuyu ati sio pesa nini? Wanataka salamu sana. Wataki vita. Sasa wakianza vita na sio kusema wataki ati wakuwe president. Wakitaka wanaweza kutoa. Lakini they doesn't want. Sauli hii jina imekuja wati ukabila na Ruto. Wacha wazukue, lakini kuangalikane vote mingi inatoka wapi? Nani anaingiza mkubwa huko? Ni hiyo Mount Kenya hiyo. Wanatulia tu. Wanasereda, wanachukua mikono, wanasema wewe Maina utulie na sisi tutulie. Lakini sio kusema tumempea wakati eti yeye ndiye anatawala Mount Kenya. No. Atawali na anajua hivyo. Tangu asike aende kuharibu hiyo chati huko Madira huko Nyeri. Hajatokea tena. Tunakumbuka. Alikimya kabisa.
Mbona wakumtandika huko Nyeri? Wakikuyu ni waoga aje?
Si unaona ile polisi alikuwa amepewa bwana. Unacheza. Si alikuwa na CID na kila kitu. Walikimya tu, lakini hiyo mikutano imekaa, watu wa Rema wamekaa chini. Hii iwezi kuendelea hivi. Lakini siku moja
Wakikuyu walipigana Maumau, walipigana na Maumau bwana. Wanatakiwa wapige hii mtu.
andika siku ya leo, andika date na leo utasema Jero ni mnabii. Serikali ile itaingia, itakomesa Maina completely kama vile ilifanywa na Misuki. Maina will be finished. Maina will be finished.
Ndio ninakusupport hapo, nasema serikali isiingie ya Mkikuyu, juu Mkikuyu hawezi kummaliza. Mkikuyu ataanza kusema mtoto na atataka kumtumia tu ndio akae kama Ruto. So tunataka totally different person.
Tuko na uchungu. Unajua ni watoto wangapi ameua? Mtoto ni mtoto, watu ni watu. Watu wote wasichana wanapatikana Kwale. Ako wako, anajua. Lakini we nyamaza tu. We tulia na utakumbuka mimi leo. Serikali ikija Maina atamalizika kabisa, ataedo kwenda kabisa. Na hiyo nyumba zake yote wasiaidi waende huko. Watu amepisha. Lakini huwezi kupigana na mtu unajua ako side ya serikali. Tunaona vile amefanya mbele. Unaona vile alifanya? Alikuwa pale. Sasa tufanye nini nani? Hiyo guns walikuwa wapi? Walikuwa wa nani?
Guns hakuna mbele hawezi fika. Akifika atatairishwa tu.
Na kuambia ile guns walikuwa na haribu watu huko na kupiga ni Maina. Si alisema huko
ilikuwa ni askari. Kwao watoe wapi? Utoke wapi?
Wacha nikuambie kitu. Nikwambia kitu Maina alisema. Anikaamini. Unaona hii guns ilikuwa inaenda na Raila na alale salama. Huyu Maina alikuwa pale. Maina alikuwa pamoja nao. Hizi magunzi walikuwa na haribu biashara za watu, Maina alikuwa pale. Ni gunzi zake. Lakini siku moja nimesema leo atakuja kutulia.
Gunzi walikuwa Raila ama walikuwa wa serikali?
Si Maina alikuwa na join Raila, ana support Raila. Ujui?
Lini? Sijui hiyo. Hiyo ni mpya kwangu.
Wewe uangalie interview ya Maina. Maina alikuanga na support ODM Raila 100%. Na tunajua. Ukiwa ujui urudi kwa kamera usikie akisema mimi ndio nilikuwa nasaidia.
Hiyo ilikuwa ni uongo hiyo.
Maina anasema uongo kwa TV. Si alifanya interview wakati alifanya wakati. Hapana, mimi naamini hivi Sauli kuko na kitu najua na sitasema hapa.
Sitasema hapa. Huyo ndio Mkikuyu mmoja mbaya anaharibia Wakikuyu jina. Is a thug. Huyo ni mkora tu. Usije mkamsifu. Is a thug. Ni mkora. Alikuwa mtu ya Mungiki, si ni mkora tu.
Tunajua lakini tuwezi kumuonyesha hivi. Tunataka nchi itulie. Damu is enough damu. Is enough. Enough is enough. Ukiona huo kijana alikuwa hapa Musavi akienda kuongelesha Maina, Sauli anajua tu ni siku mbili aende na yeye. Tunatulia kidogo, sio ati tuja Maina na Ruto ni same. Maina na Ruto ni same. Na Ruto wale wanamfuata Mount Kenya, hata wale wako UDA wajaongea sahi, watatoka wote. They will go. Hata tafadhali tusague akiwa ni nani wa mikebe nini, lakini mtu wako UDA sasa hata ingia tena. Akikosa kutoka akaingia tena huko. Sauli tumejua Ruto ni nani na Ruto ana adabu. Anasemeho na watu tunasema unasamehe mara saba. Biblia inasema. Lakini Ruto ameendelea kufanya vile vile. Ako na damu kwa mikono wakiwa na Maina ya kuua.
Huyo umerudia ati amukwa Hiyo unarudia ati amko mmejua alafu mlimsamehe. Ai, hiyo inaumiza Wakenya.
Hapana, tulijua, unaona kulikuja hata
lakini mkakuwa mnashukia Raila.
Acha ujinga hii sasa kuongea. Raila ameenda, wacha kumtaja jina Raila ameenda.
Lazima atajwe. Lazima atajwe. Makosa ile ilifanyika lazima isemwe, ndio itarudiwa tena hii makosa tena. Sasa hivi tena.
Hebu nikuambie kitu. Ukiwa hujabarikiwa na baba yako yoyote, Mungu akiwa amesema hapana. Hakuna kulaumu Kikuyu. Mungu alikuwa amesema hapana.
Utajuaje sijabarikiwa?
Sio wewe, ni Raila. Tumejaribu nini?
Hata Raila. Hata hiyo kusema Raila hajabarikiwa. Hata hiyo jabari ya Raila ni uongo tu. Watu wanasema tu. They just wanafikiria tu.
Sasa nikuulize kitu.
Tuachane na hiyo. Tuseme nikwambie Wakikuyu na ukubali.
Wacha nikumbushe wewe. Tunaona ile pesa Uhuru aliharibu akijaribu kusaidia Raila. Tukue iko. Ona sasa.
Aliharibu aje?
Sasa unataka kusema Uhuru hakusaidia Raila hiyo campaign? Pesa ngapi alitoa?
Hiyo ni kuharibu.
Ni kuharibu kwa Jaluo Sauli saa hizi wanamtukana.
That's my mistake. Aliharibu aje? Alitoa ifanyike kazi. Kazi ifanyike.
Hebu nikwambie kitu. Vizuri vile Kikuyu. Wewe hujui Kikuyu ni nani. Unaona? Kikuyu doesn't like the page. Lakini akilipage you will regret. Wakati kulipage, wakati Uhuru na ukisikiza Gachagua vizuri 100% I was know that Uhuru alikuwa muungwana kabisa, mwanaume. Hakutaka kuambia inchi huyu sitampei power. Huyu nimemjua ni nani. Hataki kufanya hivyo. Sauli kuko na watu huko Kikuyu wanalima huko. Hataki hiyo kita irudi. Uhuru akanyamaza, lakini akamwambia mimi sitakusupport. Hao madharau hiyo. Kenya mzima walikuwa shock. Uhuru akisema sitakusupport. I will support Raila. How rude that? Uhuru was serious. Lakini ile mistake alifanya, angeambia tu kidogo tu aite wanaume wa Kikuyu wanne. Amwambie huyu ni Saitani. Wangemsagua. Lakini Uhuru akakuwa mwangana, akaambia ni Sauli amemaliza miaka 4, miaka 10, ni fitina, akanyamaza tu. Sasa tumejionea, unaona? Hakuna mtu ana makosa hii dunia. Everybody, you have to learn to your mistake. We learn it. We know who is Ruto. Sauli tungekosa kumsagua saizi tungekuwa adult. Unaona? Sasa tumejua Ruto ni nani. Forever, for life. We know who is Ruto.
Njero, is only Kikuyus who didn't know Ruto ni nani. Sema hivyo. Nyinyi wa Kikuyu ndio hamkujua Ruto ni nani. Kubalini makosa yenu.
Tumekubali, lakini vile
yes.
Ebu nikukwambie. Unaona hiyo 2007. Unaona? Hiyo 2007. Wale old men, Kikuyu, Kalejini, nini, whatever, walikaa chini. Wakaongelea hii maneno ya hiyo pita. Unaona? Sasa, si hawa wasee wako pale sasa. Wameona tulifanya agreement. Ruto akarudia ile makosa tena. Sasa wawezi kutualumu, wanamwambia wewe Kikuyu walikusamea, walikuambia okay, endelea na utasaguliwa. Umeharibu. Ameharibu. Hawezi kuikwenda Kikuyu tena.
Wazee gani hao?
Unaona wazee wa Kalenjin na Kikuyu walikaa chini kwa hiyo pita. Hiyo pita ni kali. Hata saa hii ni history.
Siku gani walikaa wapi?
Ukiwa ujui
Njero, hapana, wacha kuendeza hizo. Let me tell you Njero, nyinyi ndio mna mislead watu.
Unajua wewe
kama hiyo.
They did.
My friend, I'm in politics
They
more
did.
than you deep. Unadanganya watu hapa. Hao Wakikuyu ni wakora. Wale wanaenda huko wakijidai ati nini kutoa pesa. Wazee wengine washenzi hapo. They are misleading the entire tribe. Hey, Njiro, wacha kueneza hiyo. They are useless. Ndio wanafanya Wakikuyu wachukiwe. Ni watu wa matumbo. Corrupt. Wanajiita elders. Very, very useless. Adiharibu mpaka maneno ya Mukuru wa Kadanga. Useless watu, Njiro, usielezee watu juu yao wazee. We know them physically. Wakora. Wanatoa pesa. Wanaharibu Kikikuyu. Wanaharibu kimila. Tangu lini uchomee kwa kanisa alafu urudi hapo useme ati watu wasijui ni sawa ama ni nini? Kabisa. Pole, endelea.
Unataka kuniambia ebu, si unaona huyu Uhuru cousin aongei, he's in a soak, brother yangu. Everyone soak ati Ruto amengeuka kufanya ile makosa tena. We are soak. Tunaona huyo Muigai nini huyu cousin ya Uhuru aongei, ule alisupport Ruto akaambia kila Mount Kenya tuende huko. Tumuone vile yako. He's saying nothing. Everybody is so. Nani anataka Kenya iharibiki bwana? Nani anataka Kenya yetu ikuwe Somali, ikuwe Tanzania, ikuwe Uganda? No one. No one. Hakuna mtu anataka damu. Kwanza kwa Kikuyu, damu, kumwaga damu ya binadamu is very serious. Ndio nakwambia huyu Maina wa Jenga atakuja kulia. Nani ataki peace? Ni Ruto peke yake na huyu Maina. Ili kuwa peacemaker. Tuache kuua watoto, tuache kuuawa. Nchi yetu isikuwe Uganda, isikuwe Tanzania vile wanafanya na huo Somalia whatever. Lakini Ruto, hata mtoto amezaliwa jana anajua Ruto ni nani. Na tumemjua. Hata wewe ungefurahi useme Kikuyu thank you. We know who is Ruto sasa. Sauli Kikuyu ule ako na Ruto saa hizi ni stupid, ana akili. Hata akili yake ana. Hata Mungu atapunish hawa wakiwa wajaongea habari ya Gen Z. Wacha hiyo tu useme Gen Z. Na wasichana wote wametolewa kwa Kwale huko wameuawa. No one MP been talk about it. Na kusimamiza huu mkubwa wao mwambie unajua. Sauli wote wanajua. Kwa hivyo tunataka salama, tunataka peace Kenya. Tutaki Kenya yetu iharibike. Hii Kenya inaheshimiwa kila pahali. Saa hizi tuko pale mtu anaenda ataka kusema yeye ni Mkenya. Unaona? Sauli ya hii ujinga. Wewe endelea. Lakini I'm sorry. I'm telling Kenya I'm sorry. We have Mount Kenya.
So Stone PK nipe dakika moja na nalipa natoka. If you don't mind, just 1 minute.
When they told me I need to come and try it, I was just laughing because I'm used to the system. I know everything.
Yeah.
So the only thing you need to show me is where the medication is.
Sure.
So they already put it there. PM, 7 a.m.
Yeah.
PM.
Yes.
So I already know how to give medication.
Okay.
If I go inside the what's it called, therapy,
Yeah.
I'll just check for this house. What's the name of this house?
102.
102, right?
Yeah. Pompton 102.
Pomsey. I already see it. His name is
Yeah.
the only one there.
Mm.
So, think much like that. I see you blocked this place because of the cold coming.
Insects and whatever, yeah.
Because actually, this house is even warm compared to.
It's warm. Yeah, he keeps it warm.
It's a good thing. It's how it's warm. Where is the restroom?
Oh, yeah. Sorry, here. On the right.
Okay, fine, thank you. I think we can call our show off for tonight. Bwana Stone PK, sijui kama uko na jambo la kuongezea. Nimefuatilia discussion yenu along the way, but maybe we will have to stop it for now.
Yeah, nafikiria ni sawa.
Yeah, ni sawa. Nimeshukuru wale wote ambao wamekuja. Thank you very much and appreciate it. Yeah, let's meet tomorrow. Bye.
Bye.